Huh? Actually, why am I doing this? I need that in my notes in front of me. There we go. Not exactly in front of me, but whoopie-dee-pee-da-ba-doo. That's what I have to say. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, you guys cannot hear me when my microphone is over there. Hey, everybody. I'm Surreal Canine, and this is, oh, we still haven't come up with an official name for the campaign yet. But it is RP night, and it's Fox's turn to be the game master, and I am here with Anoth.
We are here.
And previously, we helped the gnomes and the goblins storm General Bordis's fortress. We took him out, or tried to, but he got away in a rocket and is probably stuck in a mountain of chocolate. And Lunas and Bob both got beat up pretty bad, and apparently Sam got beat up even more. Yeah, while he's recovering, I have some stuff I want to do.
Here we go. Coffee.
Hello.
I know, Milo. I know. Yeah. Such a content kitty, my goodness. Alrighty. Oh, I can start up on my end with OBS explosions already gone up. Milo is sitting outside the door. Meh, meh, meh.
Meh.
And then when he sees me, he starts purring. So
he really wants to come in.
Then he's gonna meow outside the door, complain now for attention.
Milo, buddy.
There we go. Get that going. Of course, we got Lucky here.
Lucky!
Hey! So it is RP night again, and it's my game.
Yep.
Yes. Last time, stuff happened. Party crashing, chocolate, strange disco mechas.
And then strange bear vehicles.
Yes.
And also, Sam got beat up when we weren't looking.
Mm-hmm. Now, who could have done something like that? There's some stuff going on for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff. You guys have gone back to rest and recover.
Yep.
So, what are you guys gonna do now?
Well, if I've rested and recovered enough after all that crazy, first things first, let's see what it takes to get this bear out of me.
How are you trying to get him out?
Well, the Tanuki stuff didn't work, so I'm gonna take him to the reincarnation machine and see if I can get him out without resetting my own level.
Alrighty. Indeed. Okay. Well, fiddling around with the thing, you can indeed get him out. He can get into his own body. Although you might have to put the second head away yourself.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it.
Alrighty. Just making him standard bear, or...
Yep, standard bear.
Like he was before?
Yep.
So just normal wild animal, or are you gonna let him be smart or anything?
We'll let him be smart, yeah.
Sentient bear.
Yep.
Sentient demon bear. Okay, then. It doesn't take too much. The bear had its own mana for quite a bit of it, because it's the bear hunting things. So, he comes out. You no longer have bear in you. Well, I mean, you are still a bear, but I mean, like, you have a bear friend is out. Your tail seems happy. As small as it is. The bear is confused at first, especially being like fully smart now and just investigating things.
It's a sophisticated bear.
All right, well,
top hat bear.
Well, I'm gonna welcome him to the team officially, and then I want to go back to the fort and look for Bortus. I have some unfinished business with him.
What the? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, no, I can hear.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, I can hear. Look, yeah, something weird's going on. It's not picking you up at all, it sounds like.
Uh-oh. Let me see if something is up.
Yeah, let me see what's up with OBS.
Oh, it's OBS doing it. Okay.
It's probably OBS taking the wrong thing. Oh, yeah, it is. It's trying to use... It is, again, trying to use the... There, now it should be able to hear you. Hold on.
Way to go, OBS!
Way to go. There we go. It's working now. Okay, good. It keeps trying to think the PlayStation 4 is the thing. I hope it didn't do that all yesterday with ease. Or Monday. That would be even weird. There's lots of silence.
It's like Garfield minus Garfield.
Well, there's a Garfield here. Alright, well now I can hear you guys. Jeez, OBS. Why are you changing my settings to the stupid PlayStation 4? I wonder if it's Windows instead of OBS doing that. Because Windows keeps doing that. Alrighty. Well, you guys should rest up before going up there. That's at least Sieg's opinion. And Diana is still...
I did rest up.
Alright, as long as you got enough rest. Diana is still Barry, because she doesn't really know how to change back on her own. So... Are you both gonna go try to find Bortus, or what? Doing anything else beforehand?
If Bob wants to,
I mean, I guess it makes sense. Look for any other surprises. After all, it was his fortress and all.
Alrighty.
Never know if you'll find a bookshelf with a book that's hanging off just a little too far.
True enough. True enough. Oh shoot! Can you you guys can like chat in character for a little bit? I forgot to put sugar in my coffee. That kind of doesn't help. I'm not a fan of coffee without sugar.
Well, how you feeling, Bob?
Well, I'm a little...
There we go.
I feel a little burnt out from that fight. Quite a lot of squishy and burny and hot chocolatey.
Yes, there was a lot of chocolate, and I have no idea where it all went.
Why are you laying on my coffee spoon? Why are you laying on my coffee spoon?
You know, we could probably sell some of this stuff.
My coffee spoon. You are a spoon.
Well, I'd be a little like chocolate in this world.
Yeah, I'd be a little worried about the how sanitary the chocolate is after. Well, one, after we've been walking all around it, and two,
there is sugar now.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, there is sugar now. I just put cinnamon and nutmeg and forgot the sugar.
And two, if we mine out too much of that chocolate, I'm worried something bad might happen, geologically speaking. Of course, we are going to have to dig through that stuff or swim through it somehow if we want to find Bortus, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see here. Can I... Well, I'm going to try to shapeshift into, I don't know, either an Arcanine or Flareon. Something with a high body temperature to melt the chocolate.
Oh, okay. Okay. Which one are you focusing on more, or do you just don't care
Arcanine.
which one? Arcanine. Okay, that comes out. Yeah, the bear is now be gone, and well, you still smell like chocolate, but I mean, it's got to get that out of your.
I thought we
Chocolate
did
can
that
linger.
already.
I know it's the smell that lingers. You can especially smell it with the Arcanine nose. Diana is still bear. I don't know if you're bringing anybody with you. So Sieg is probably back to the Easter Dragon, unless you did something to him again.
he's still he's still an Eastern Dragon. And this was kind of personal business. Well, part personal and part related to the mission. So I'm going by myself, and Bob is following me.
Okay. Diana will remain bear, and she will be probably dealing with new bear friend trying to get how to be friendly without being weird.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's just something to adjust with, I guess. Hey, alrighty. So you're heading back up that way. It's going to be a bit of a travel, unless you. Well, I mean,
Did we
Arcanine
set up a
fast.
portal?
Yeah. Still, yeah. We got up to the cities there now, and I mean, if you're taking a portal, then people know you're leaving. But sure, portal's fine. We can portal up there. There are no incidents with portaling over, of course.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the temporary one's set up like right in the courtyard from before. And the gnomes and goblins are like tinkering with stuff and taking stuff apart and hauling out carts full of chocolate.
Well, so much for taking some ourselves to sell it, I guess.
There's plenty left.
Yeah.
I mean, the goblins and the gnomes are on your side, so
Yeah. Well,
technically you got it.
Yes, that is not the thing that is on my mind right now. I need to go find Bortus. And interrogate
Okay
him.
then. Alright, and what's your plan to try to find him?
Well, I couldn't find him from anywhere outside the mountains, or anywhere in the complex, so I'm gonna go back to the dance room and try to dig or swim my way up through the chocolate mountain.
Oh, jeez. Well, first you gotta get up to the ceiling somehow. Unless you have some other way to dig up there.
How high up is the ceiling?
After a bunch of it melted, it's probably a good 20 feet up. It was like a party, like gymnasium style place, and then you melted the ceiling. It still smells like burnt chocolate.
Okay, is there a pillar of chocolate where it all melted, or did the gnomes clean that up?
There's not really any pillars because it didn't cool enough because everything was on fire. It mostly just pooled on the floor to make a big, like, deep
So it's
floor
still
of chocolate.
is it still doing that?
No, they put the fires out by now.
So the chocolate, some of the chocolate should have cooled, right, and made a pillar, or
No, there's no. It melted, like, went flat across the floor, like when you melt it into a bowl. That's why it spilled out in the hallways and stuff. It didn't cool fast enough to create a pillar. Outside of, like, sticking to what pillars there were up to the like, second floor of the dance room. Which is just like a balcony floor.
Shoot, maybe I should have thought this through. Alright, well, let's see if I can, let's see if I can do something with my wings then to get up. Either, just try to make them bigger, or turn into a phoenix or something.
The wings to get up there. Flight. Go! You can get up there. It takes a little bit of effort, but you're able to get... You can fly yourself up there.
Okay, well, let's try to get a... Let's try to get a handhold in the melted chocolate somehow and pull myself up. This is going to be hard.
It's not entirely melted right now, but with heat you can definitely melt through it. It's not too hard, although you got to make sure to be able to keep breathing in all the chocolate tunnel. I mean, it kind of if you're melting it, it kind of creates like a chocolate river that's flowing under you. It's like you're creating your own sewer level made out of chocolate.
Ew. Alright, well,
Milo, did you Lucky, did you get spooked by Milo? Okay, there you go. There you go, he's back.
Okay, well, if I can get up to the ceiling and dig into the ceiling, I'm gonna just spiral my way upward and try to lock onto Bortus's aura.
Okay. Chocolate drill your way through the mountain. Well, yeah, you're able to get through fairly easily without too much problem. But you don't feel any auras up there outside of, like, maybe other tunneling things.
Damn it, I guess he did get away. Somehow.
I mean, if you keep going, eventually you'll pop out, like, higher up the mountain, where there's a bunch of chocolate that kind of, like, scattered up at the top.
Well, I take one look at the chocolate, and I just lie down, and I'm like, yep, he got away.
There's a couple animals around eating the chocolate. I mean, they're demon animals. They should be fine, maybe. Like deer and bunnies and stuff like that. But you can see a bunch of the trees from where you popped out seem to be broken around there. And the chocolate kind of makes... it looks like something burst out of the ground, basically.
Yeah. Alright, well, once I'm done sulking, I'll water slide my way back down the melted chocolate and back into the...
You find a ripped pair of underpants in one of the trees near where the thing came out. From the smell, it sounds like it was probably Bortus's.
I'm not touching that.
Whatever that means for him, you can only assume. You do see some, like, pieces of the mecha thing that you fought chunked around, like the little mirror pieces and all that, as you in places as you go down the mountain, but there's no sign of Bortus. You do run into a couple soldiers from the base that had run away that were hiding up in the mountains who are kind of wary. Some of them are just eating chocolate and trying to act like you're not there and like they're harmless.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna leave them alone.
Alrighty. You can slide back down on melted chocolate, which... pretty silly, alright. Okay. Lucky. You grab my mouse. Or not my mouse, you grab the dice. Give me that. I need that. Okay. Kind of a bumpy ride down the mountain because it's hard to control yourself in chocolate. You're not exactly on a snowboard.
Well, I also wasn't sliding down the side of the mountain. I was sliding down.
Inside. Inside. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit different then. Yeah, you can get back out just fine. You catch yourself with wings before you land hard.
Alright, yep. Once I land, I'll change back to my normal form, I guess, because I don't need bird.
Back to
Tanuki. Yep.
Alrighty. Well, you still smell like chocolate, especially now, again. But there's other areas on the base that look like they're open up now that the goblins and gnomes are rooting through.
Yeah. Alright, well, since Plan A was a bust, I'll just wander around and see if there is anything cool to take with me.
Alright, what's Bob doing?
Yeah, I was thinking that could look into that office that we had been snooping on earlier, 2 sessions back. Maybe there's something important in there.
Alrighty. Let's see. We're both searching for info. Alrighty then. Simple enough.
Not so much info as treasure.
Oh, treasure. Treasure and info. Well, you don't really outside of the stuff you've already found, treasure-wise, which is just the more inventions and some makeshift steampunk weird weapons that were made before. Just kind of like a sword that... It's like a sword that you swing that makes a trumpet noise and might probably hurt somebody. There's just a lot of weird things. A bubble cannon, which just fires a giant bubble. Not sure what that could be used for.
I'll take that one with me.
The bubble one, alright. You also find something that looks a little out of place, and it looks like... kind of looks like the stock of an actual gun, instead of something you would find here. Like a rifle stock. It seems pretty out of place.
Yeah. Well, I already knew the human army passed through here, so this doesn't really lead to anything. This doesn't really mean anything to me.
Alrighty.
So I'm just gonna leave it there.
You also find a room full of, like, Bordis paraphernalia, like posters and various things of himself. And a whole closet full of sequined outfits and dance outfits. And a couple aerobics outfits, too, for some reason. He has the entire collection of the Netherworld, of like the 1970s equivalent Netherworld aerobics. Like sweating to the oldies type of stuff.
Okay, well, I'll grab some of the cooler looking outfits, take them back with me for the item world.
Okay then, that's fine. Okay, for Bob. I know there's an office room. I'm trying to remember exactly what I put in there.
Didn't it mostly get wrecked because it turned into chocolate?
Yeah, well, a bunch of it got turned into chocolate. There might, I mean, if he's looking for something else there. Oh, okay. Well, you do find some like paperwork that didn't get chocolatified or coated in chocolate. And a bunch of it's talking about orders that were being sent to whoever Bordis' boss is. They don't make mention of that, but they also mention that some of the that they sent some captives off. They were sending them to where whoever's in charge of them wanted them to send them to. It sounds like it might be off to the west somewhere, but from the description of the captives, they don't sound like they match the locals.
They don't sound like what?
They match with the local style people. They sound more like generic human types.
Does it give any clues as to who's receiving the orders?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't give their name. It just says the like glorious leader, basically.
Oh.
They don't name. There are some other names on the list, but it's hard to tell who's important. Over out west is apparently another general, but the only thing that they're referred to, that the general is referred to, is kind of like General Jackass or General Jerkwad and stuff like that. They don't sound like they really like to Whoever liked whoever was out there too much.
As long as he's not an actual donkey. And again, that would be pretty funny.
Well, I'm a squid, so what else would be unusual?
A water bear? I don't know.
Aren't those supposed to be, like, super tiny?
Yeah. And practically immortal.
Yeah, so I have heard. Crazy stuff. Okay, well, when I, by chance, run into where Bob is, I guess I'll ask him if he's found anything cool.
Yeah. I mean, you have to kind of pass by each other to get through to the dance hall, so you definitely see him in there looking around.
Hey, Bob, looking for spell books?
Nah, it's mostly trying to find if there's any surprises around here. Unfortunately, there wasn't much interesting stuff in here. Just that there's some general out to the west that apparently Board is still lined with. But he doesn't like him very much, I guess.
Okay. Well, I guess we can tentatively make that our next target. But, I don't know. I kind of feel like training today.
I think I need a shower after that. After being turned into calamari.
You didn't take a shower yesterday?
It was a lot of chocolate. Feel like I could take another.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Bear Dude ate so much chocolate, I thought it was gonna wake up made of chocolate, but I guess that didn't happen. I smell chocolate.
Wouldn't that be a nightmare for you? Waking up and becoming chocolate.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if that would be the weirdest thing that's happened since I got here. So, yeah, see you back at the base, I guess.
Okay.
And with that, I'm gonna bring my, bring all my loot back to the base, Yeah, first things first, check to see what the stats are on all these dance outfits and the bubble cannon. See if there are any good innocents on them.
Oh man, I gotta try to come up with all the innocents in there.
Don't worry about it. I'll just gather. I mean, pretty much I'll just gather up the statisticians and the offense ones. That's my style.
I mean, there's definitely one in each one that's meant to make the outfits appear more flashy to other people. Like, try to increase style points, I guess, if any. They don't seem to have much other thing, but they do increase the worth of the item. Hi. Hello. So much purr. Ah, there we go. Naked butt.
Yeah, well, it's. How does it compare with the Minotaur's vest?
It's definitely they got more defense. They're still kind of just as gaudy, but if not, well, they're more gaudy.
Yeah, I'm not wearing this. I'll hand them out to people who need the defense.
It's hard to find people who really want to wear those, but
Okay.
if they got low defense or whatever, then some of them will take it, but they're kind of like, I really don't wanna.
Suit yourself. I'm just gonna sell them otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than dying, but oh man.
Alright, check on Deanna and Sieg and Bear Dude.
Bear Dude has fallen asleep. He basically stuffed himself on some chocolate again.
Again?
Yes. I mean, you gave him an excuse to eat more by giving him his own body out of yours.
Yeah.
That's where all the chocolate was stored. And
It's still there, and I'm surprised nothing weird happened with it.
Diana seems relieved that you're back. She was nowhere near where the Bear Dude was. She seems like she was trying to practice, considering she's still a bear, but it looks a bit silly.
Hey, struggling a bit, huh?
Yeah, it's got pretty powerful limbs and claws, but it's hard to really get a weapon going or anything. I gotta figure out how to do it. And see, you already changed back, huh?
Yeah, I kind of needed some other forms to try to track down Bortus. He got away, by the way.
Yeah, that goes to figure.
Yeah, Bob found some intel about a general off to the west, but I kind of feel more like training today.
It works for me after all that. I gotta wait for that kid to recover too.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm stuck like this, I gotta figure out how to work it. So.
I mean, I could change you back if you want.
Yeah, sure. If we don't need it anymore.
All right, change her back to Arcario Tar.
She wasn't the Tor with that before. Yeah.
Arcario then.
Yeah, she was just like 2 legs. She was the Tor before then.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And there you go.
All right. Yeah, that's better. Whew. God, it's good to have hands again. Those claws are really nice, but too bad they don't have it on this. I can see bears having some use with breaking through some stuff. Oh.
Yeah. I probably soaked up enough of that bear stuff that well, I can give myself the claws at least, and that's something.
Yeah. I wonder if this aura stuff can make claws. But hey, if you're gonna train, I'll train with you. I'm always down for training. What's Bob gonna do? Is he coming to join us with a sparring match? Or?
No idea. All right. Well, I'll train a bit with Diana.
Alrighty.
Seems like a good opportunity to just refocus on martial arts stuff.
Yep. Diana seems much more comfortable on the 2 legs with her fighting style. It seems to flow out more naturally than when she was on 4 legs. Let's see. Oh yeah, she's picking up the aura stuff fairly quickly.
That's good.
I mean, it was a reincarnation, which definitely helps with that, but she's definitely picking up on it. Your tail seems a little both amused and annoyed. But at least it's big again.
Yep, I'm gonna try working my tentacles and my tail my tail into the fighting style.
Alrighty. Tentacles and the tail. The tail's being a little stubborn about participating, but eventually gives in and go ahead and do whatever you want with it. Whatever you're trying to use it for. A bite or what, I don't know.
Yeah, biting, just whacking.
Alright,
Pretty
it
basic
participates. It still seems a little annoyed for some reason, but it's going through the motions with you. tentacle stuff is definitely fairly willing to come out right now. It seems almost hyperactive with all the chocolate you've eaten. So getting those out, they are definitely unwieldy to figure out at first, especially because, well, they're weird, strange eldritch tentacles. They have a different feel than normal stuff, and almost try to go follow your whims in imagination more than they do like straight martial focus right now.
I was never really one for focus anyway.
I mean, like, you could be focusing on sparring, and if you think about chocolate, and a tentacle will stop trying to fight to try to grab a thing of chocolate, basically. Like, your little whims and thoughts and imagination can seem to have an effect on them.
Huh, okay.
And considering Bob is more experienced with tentacles, because, like, the brain of cephalopods are all over their body, they probably have some weird senses and stuff coming from there that might make it a little weird. But it doesn't feel terrible or anything, and it doesn't feel unnatural either, which may or may not be concerning.
This could come in handy. Alright, well,
Mhm. What is Bob doing while you are training?
Well, Bob took his second shower, and now he is looking around the base, since he really hasn't been here very long.
Alrighty, just looking around the regular home base in the forest.
Yeah.
Well, the pond is still there where you caught the fish. They've added some. They're actually starting to build some things now, especially with goblins and gnomes showing up to help instead of just having tents and makeshift things. It seems like some people are trying to figure out how to make their own homemade fishing poles. There's a place being set up that looks like a sunning location for, well, Baron seems to like it, but it's also for, like, Sieg, who is out there testing, like, the rocks. So no telling who had them set that up. Let's see what else we got. There seems to be a store being built, although you don't know who's going to be running the store, especially after you had a fight with Shopkeep before. But they're trying to build
that was my fault, by the way.
Another one, then, basically the doctor there, instead of having a tent, one of the first places being built up. But Sam is in there, of course, being tended to. But they were definitely building up the hospital first of all, and getting some more advanced stuff that they stole from Bordis's place, or whatever the goblins and gnomes are bringing.
Neat.
There's a commotion where people are kind of mystified by one of the outdoor toilets that were built. Because when you look inside, when people are trying to figure out how you use it, because there's no toilet paper, there are just 3 pine cones. Apparently it's a gnomish invention. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how you use it.
Doesn't sound very sanitary, I guess.
People are meeting with each other. There's still some of the there's a couple more of the raggedy folks that had come from the dump. They look kind of new. They haven't gone through being fixed yet, so to speak. Sieg is just sunning himself on a rock. Still enjoying the Eastern Dragonish thing that he's got going on. There's also... the cafeteria's been expanded a bit. There's actually like an area with a grill instead of just cooking over a campfire. So there is food being prepared. Smells mostly like seafood and like venison at the moment.
It's an improvement.
It is. They're definitely trying. It's hard to believe that a lot of them are basically denizens of another world type place, and demons. There's tons of chocolate around, that's for sure. they got some of the mages setting up basically an ice house to keep the chocolate and whatever other supplies cold. Because at the moment they have even the grill is running off of like non-fuel, well, non like electricity or anything like that. It's basically just wood. Oreo, calm down. My goodness. I see Milo peeking. I see Milo peeking. I can't actually close my front door outside of the screen because he'll start yowling loudly and annoy the neighbors.
Alright, well, I gotta engage biology and get some water.
Alrighty.
I changed my shirt because this tag is starting to bug me.
Alrighty. So, Bob doing any training, looking at anything else, fishing in the pond, there's the river nearby, they're making a road towards the river for other fishing and stuff and hunting. There's the mages that are practicing. There's a little area set up for basically people to practice with sparring and military drills, style drills. The mages are casting magic at basically wooden dummies.
Yeah, he'll do a little bit of light training, I guess. Go over to the training area there and try lobbing some fireballs at the training dummy.
Alrighty. Fireball training. Your fireball power is increasing. You're getting more accurate, and you can create bigger fireballs after some practice. The other mages, some of them ask you for assistance because some of them are better with other types of elements. But they also offer to teach you something of another element. There's basically like wind, thunder, ice. I mean, of course, there's fire, lightning, and earth kind of stuff going on. It's all kind of basic stuff, but they're willing to teach you like the basics of something if you need it, in exchange for some tutoring on the fireball.
Yeah, if there's anyone there who wants to explain some basic Earth stuff, I'm willing to watch and try and imitate what he's doing.
Alrighty. Oh. Okay, well, in exchange for you tutoring him on the fire stuff, he's tutoring you on some earth things. It's just basic earth manipulation. You can create like a small spike out of the ground, or basically pull together some earth to throw it as a spike. It's a very simple, like, basically earth spike spell, but he's teaching you the basics of how to manipulate earth mana.
Yay!
By manipulating the mana, you can control the earth to do more what you like. Just like with fire. Although fire is more wild than earth, earth seems a little easier to mold than fire, so it doesn't take you too long to get a hold of it. Nope. You could also form it into something that isn't spikes if you wanted to, with a little bit of practice. You could make it a pine cone if you want, with even more dedicated practice. Hi.
How big a block of rock can I do?
Let's see. Ouch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ow, Oreo. As of right now, we'll say probably about softball size, a little bigger than softball size. It definitely hurts. That's a pretty chunk. I mean, out of the ground, it probably sticks out 2-3 feet if you use it like that, like a spike from the ground. But This is just basic stuff that you've just picked up. You can improve on the size, shape, and how you utilize it with practice and experience. You could start learning more Earth stuff as long as you get the hang of it. Hi, kitten. You are being a pest. So, Lunas is learning some tentacle control and tail combat, and you're learning Earth magic.
Yeah. Not off to a rocky start, I guess.
No. There's a loud noise that both of you hear eventually, and some commotion from over where like the heat rock area is.
All right, well, I'm gonna thank Tiana for her training and go check that out.
Alrighty. Well, it seems there's like a rather large hole that's also growing, filled with like plants growing fairly rapidly, like water and plants, and it seems like people are kind of freaked out by Sieg, who is well, he seems kind of half asleep and trying to fall back to sleep. Baron has slept through the whole thing. The minions are trying to say, freaking out because one of them tried to wake him up to ask for his help and kind of spooked him out of a dream, and he just blasted the stuff.
Okay, wow.
I mean, it's very celestial energy filled, especially with all the plants and stuff growing.
Does it look dangerous at all?
It's hard to tell. It doesn't really seem dangerous like dark stuff, but the energy's all over and you're not sure offhand. You haven't really witnessed anything like that in person before.
Okay, well, I'm gonna jump down to the hole and check it out.
Alrighty. Is Bob doing anything, or?
Yeah, I probably should go towards that loud noise.
Alright, Bob encounters the same thing with hearing the same stuff of what happened. Sieg has fallen back asleep by now. He just seemed like he really, I don't know. His mane even seems to glow a little bit in the sun, but he seems very content right now. Outside of the giant, like the big hole that's growing the plants and like water inside it. So, you doing anything? You can see Lunas heading down into the like curator area that was created. It's not like a huge crater thing, but it's like somebody just like cut a piece of pie or cake out of the local area that's growing with new stuff.
Oh, so there's a piece of the ground missing.
Yeah, well, the ground is there, but it's like a big ditch style thing, probably about, say, maybe 15 feet across in probably about 20 in diameter, 20, 25. And it's kind of like somebody like dug out or blasted out a thing, and everything's like filling with water and plants that don't really match the local area at all. And it's kind of weird. You could definitely feel like some type of magical energy over there.
Mm-hmm.
So you see Lunas heading down in there. What are you going to do?
Yeah, let's go take a look. I was thinking we could try and fill it in using the earth magic we use, but since it's 20 feet wide, probably would take a while.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Bob.
Hey, that was quite a noise, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like Sieg made this one. Sieg made this when somebody tried to wake him up.
Oh.
Here, I thought I was the only one capable of making crazy stuff like this. Kind of out of place, isn't it? I reach down with one of my tentacles and poke at the vines.
Yeah, this is not looking like the rest of the area for sure.
Well, I mean, if it stops growing and it's not hurting anybody, don't really need to do anything about it, I guess.
Well, the tentacle you're poking into the vine starts turning planty, growing like flowers and leaves on it.
Whoa, that's some magic there.
Well, you can't tell if it's the magic or just the tentacle being the tentacle, but it's definitely... Bob is fine. You feel really energized in here, though, Bob, in this area. The water feels like really, really nice. Quite different than the Netherworld pond, which still felt okay, but this feels more relaxing, cleansing-like.
This is some good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm real interested in that tentacle now. Poke at some of the flowers, try to, well, channel some magic through it and see what happens.
Poking with the plantified tentacle thing.
Yeah.
Milo, I'm doing something.
Milo, buddy.
Can you hear him?
Yeah. I would pet you, Milo, but I'm all the way over here.
He's all the way outside. He's not even by the front door. He's just being loud. Alrighty. Okay, so a local bobcat is meowing nearby and it's covered in like plantiness. It kind of looks part plant.
Oh, look at that kitty.
It also doesn't feel like a demon thing. It feels more celestial in nature, which is very weird, of course. Alrighty, well, poking the thing. You're trying to do what with the vine now? Since I got distracted by Milo crying.
Just send some of my own magic through it and see what happens. Through the tentacle.
Are you still poking the flower there, or what are you doing? What do you do? Just trying to do it in general.
Just trying to do it in general.
Okay. So you're trying to send magic through it.
Yeah.
Well, the end blooms into like a really big flower.
Oh, wow.
You feel like you could almost trap something with the flower and cause stuff with your magic if you wanted to.
Okay, well, this sounds useful. Let's try and get this into the other tentacles.
Try to get them all planty?
Yeah.
Okay. Bob, you see Lunas blooming. I don't know.
Well, there's a first for everything, I guess.
It certainly is.
Yeah, I mean,
the minions nearby are looking a bit concerned.
What? I've been a grass-type Pokemon before. Come on, guys.
Diana's just like looking from above. Like, I think that's a little different. Just maybe? I mean, I've never been a grass type. I don't know if it's normal to just bloom. Let's see.
It probably is.
Are you trying to get all your tentacles to bloom, or what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yay! You have blooming tentacles. You have 4, like, basically vines with the big flowers on the end of it. The sun feels really nice.
And there we go. Alright, back to the investigation. Does it look like the celestial plant growth is spreading beyond the hole?
Only a little bit. Bob is feeling a little weird. That energy just feels kind of... I mean, it's kind of nice, but it's kind of getting hard to focus because it feels really nice.
Okay, well, let's try.
Bob's still a bear.
And unless you change them back...
Okay.
I guess if Bob would Bob ask to change back? It depends what the Bob wants there.
I probably would have asked to change back after the battle.
Alrighty.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I guess I need to do something in order to keep myself from losing focus. Let me try freezing some of this water here. See if anything unusual happens.
Well, you're trying to mess with the water, and the water, like the energy around, just with your lack of focus, it feels really weird. And you feel a little, it's hard to describe, but less substantial. You're basically kind of sliming / gooping out almost. Whatever this energy is causing weird. You're also turning more white in color. Like a whitish, I'd say like a whitish bluish color. You're still a squid, you're not like shifting anything, but it's like you feel your body feels like less substantial. Lots of water energy, you can tell from mage stuff, just kind of whatever that weird water energy is like flowing through you. It feels really nice, and you feel like you're healing up really nice.
Huh. Alright, well, I watch Bob for a little bit. Then I go look for something to just kind of contain the plant growth, like maybe making a big circle of salt around it or something.
Diana's wagging her tail a lot. She seems to be enjoying this energy. But you also made her celestial, so she's kind of soaking it in just fine. Nothing weird happening with her.
I mean, we could try surrounding it with rocks or something.
Yeah, I was thinking salt.
There's not really a bunch of salt around to use for that.
Rocks it is.
I mean, some of the minions are like, but then we can't grow stuff.
Chocolate.
Like, it doesn't...
Well, they don't have to be huge rocks.
Alright. Trying to block the things off.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I could try some earth spikes.
Just keep the plant growth contained a bit.
Alrighty. You're making spikes and earth around there. Okay, well, the plant growth seems that like it's trying to spread as little as it's trying to spread across the dirt. So when it runs on the stones, like the stuff jutting out of the ground, it's having trouble growing past it. I mean, some of it tries to grow up it like some ivy, but it doesn't seem to spread outside of the epicenter once it runs into things.
There we go. Good work, everybody. I poke Bob because he looks squishy. And also like a thing I've seen in the game once.
Ow! Whoa! Oreo, you almost fell. That hurt. Ouch!
Oh no.
She fell asleep and slid and tried to grab my freaking leg to stay up. Oh, that's a lot of blood. Excuse me.
Oh dear.
Yeah. No, it'll be fine. I heal quick. It'll stop bleeding in like a couple seconds. I've had people joke that I have a healing factor. I wish I did because my back would be hurt, but... Okay, so... poking. Yeah, Bob definitely gives away. He feels kind of a little goopy.
Wow.
As you poke him, you get overwhelmed by just that really good, like, celestial feeling coming from Bob. Just all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, really nice. And
Oh man.
you just kind of collapse into, like, a watery goo thing.
Well, splork.
Yep. Yeah, Bob, you just watched Luna's splork in front of you. Luna's you feel good, but it's hard to feel your body. You're just kind of like, let's see here. Okay, well, considering what it rolled, yeah, we'll go with that. You're basically like celestial plant water slime thing right now. Just the slime right now.
Ooh, celestial plant water slime.
Of course, Bob is also slimy, goopy, just not completely melted. And now the minions are kind of freaking out, but Diana's kind of like, "Are you okay down there?"
Why am I down here?
Diana is still completely unfazed by it, but
Feels
compared
good,
to you
at
two.
least.
Well, yeah, you're still able to talk. You just hear like a talking slime. You can form up into like, what's the best shape for slime? Is it like the Terraria style stuff? I don't know.
Yeah.
You could just form up, or like a Tanuki head slime. Yeah, Tanuki head slime. There you go. You're like a slime rancher kind of thing, with the tail, of course. Your tail is amused.
This feels really nice, Diana. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Well, you don't seem to have any limbs or anything anymore outside of Vine. What are the pseudopods? Is that what they call them?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay. Bob is still fine. In fact, it seems to be... yeah, okay.
Where are they growing out? Is it the back of my head or or the top?
Just in various places. Like,
Okay.
I guess, like, in various places. I mean, they can flow wherever. Yeah, Bob, you seem to settle down. You're still goopy. Like, you can feel like you would melt when you walk a little bit if you don't, like, focus, but you're not, like, Lunas. You're just basically... You could poke a tentacle through another one of your tentacles if you wanted to. It does feel really nice, whatever this is.
Okay, well, I guess I've messed around with this pond a little too much.
Some of the area next to you seems to, like, almost glitch out now and then. Is the best way I could describe it. It's just kind of like wherever you're at itself is being like, nope, or being weird. No, just in general inside the pit thing.
Oh.
You feel almost like it almost feels like an aura of something trying to push back against it, and then it just it's something just seems, if it had any emotion to it, perturbed and like trying to like heal a wound. Kind of, yeah. I guess. Well, here, like what Oreo did to my leg, it's trying to heal something up.
I don't think the world likes this place. Maybe we better get out of here.
Eventually, it finally stops, and it just seems to hit some type of equilibrium. The energy is still there, but not as strong, and the plants haven't kind of stopped growing. The bottom is filling with water, which is both of you are in the water. Kind of, you either float on it or kind of absorb part of the water.
Yeah, I'm just floating on it.
But it just seems to stop eventually, the spreading, whatever that was. Well, you do feel like something is... That aura kind of retreats off somewhere else and focuses somewhere else in the distance.
Somewhere in the distance?
Yes.
Let's see.
was expecting this to just be something a little strange to happen, but then you had to roll a 1 on your resistance to the energy, so I figured, well, I guess nuke slime. That's fine.
Well, once I had enough relaxing, I'm gonna try and figure out how I can move, either bouncing or walking on pseudopods, I guess.
Walking on pseudopods is kind of a creepy thing. You can bounce and you can... Okay, trying to walk on the pseudopods, they kind of just give out under your weight. But you can kind of just... You can kind of just slurp forward. It doesn't... You can't move like super fast, but you can kind of just like pull yourself forward. Bob can still move normally, it's just as long as he doesn't lose focus, then he just kind of can splat and reform back up. The minions are still pretty freaked out. Diana is fine. Sieg is still asleep.
Well, so much for what my plan was gonna be. What you guys want to do now?
Is that safe? Are you able to do anything like that? That's Diana asking you.
Good question. I don't know.
How the heck did Sieg manage to do that anyways? What is that stuff? Is that just something that weird dragon thing he is can do, or what?
I don't know. The way it kind of came out, it felt like one of my chaos bursts. Which is weird. I thought I was the only one who could do that.
You have been filling him with chaos constantly as like experiments and turning him into weird stuff. I guess it would.
Oh,
maybe he just.
Huh.
Maybe he just let it all out finally. I don't know.
Maybe, I guess. Sure.
That blast was.
I mean, look at his mane. It's still kind of glowy.
Yeah, he seems to be soaking in sun. Some of the minions are like, geez, that frickin'... You can just melt us in the slimes? Wait, the Netherworld doesn't have slimes. That's just an RPG thing. Those aren't real.
Well, they're real now.
But one of them says, yeah, that blast would like ricocheted off and bounced off somewhere. That was crazy. That dragon can do that kind of thing?
Well, until we know what caused it, yeah, he can do that kind of thing.
Sheesh. Yeah, that stuff is gonna... That's...
There we go.
That stuff was... I don't know if that's bad news or good news or whatever that is, but... Yeah, it bounced off over that way, and he pointed off kind of where you felt like where all that weird aura went off to.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go check it out. Bounce away!
I was gonna say, do you need a lift? You two, can you... How do you even stay stable like that? Can't imagine not having bones. Okay.
Bob can deal with it just fine. I'll figure it out.
Okay, you want me to come along, or are you guys staying here?
You know what? Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm coming along. We would get Sieg, but I don't want to try to wake him up in case he blasts something else. He's like trying to wake up an angry cat right now.
I sure hope his next guardian is as peaceful as that one.
Well, I mean, he doesn't seem like much of a fighter like me or you guys or anything, so I guess I can't blame him for finally taking the chance to rest. We haven't had a lot of that. Alright, well, I guess I'm coming with. And I'll take my staff along too. I'm ready and raring to go, although...
Let's go.
Won't be moving fairly quick. I can run pretty fast, but hey, you guys got to keep up. So sure, let's go. Alrighty, so you're gonna go check out the place.
Yep.
Let's go.
Alrighty, you'd be kind of heading off kind of to the northwest of the base, which is kind of like the north side of the junkyard. A little bit further there, you can definitely see where some treetops were blasted, and there's a lot of commotion in the distance. You can see stuff flying around and lots of angry, like, animal noises.
Smells like trouble. Let's go check it out.
Oh, huh? Well, make your way through the thick forest and the edge of the junkyard. It's actually growing fairly thick out here because it seems like this is more where they dropped whoever was creating the junkyard. It drops most of their old food. So the forest is super thick here, but you can flow through it. It's just gotta somehow keep track of where you're going.
Yeah. And let's try a clear path for Diana.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
Sounds like trouble, and make it double.
Well, she's trying to keep up with you guys through the thick brush as best she can.
Maybe I should have brought a machete or something.
Need those claws right now. She's trying to whack things down with like the bone rush
Let's
and
try
her
to
stuff and her.
Well, let's try to form some bear claws out of the pseudopod and see how much I can do.
Okay, then. Okay. Well, you feel the tentacle stuff kind of latching onto your thoughts, and you kind of like turn part of a nearby tree into a literal bear claw, as in like the pastry.
The
Chaos, yes. Like a couple of them. There's like 4 or 5 that just like rain out of the side of the tree.
Isn't there also a flower called a bear claw?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that was a thing we had to pick up in Trails in the Sky.
Oh yeah, well in Trails in the Sky it is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a real plant. Ooh, tasty. On the pastries.
Is that supposed to help us through the forest? That's a pretty interesting skill you got there.
That was by no means intentional.
Yeah, it's hard for you to move through here. I would have been harder before, but I'm trying to keep up. It's not like you guys can move super fast as it is, like that.
Well, I guess we're waiting for you to catch up now, so,
Yeah, I can't flow around stuff. Hold on. I'll just bash it with my stick and see if I can... I don't want to start a fire out here.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Well, that's metal and fire stuff. If only Lucario could grow claws or swords or something. Huh. She's trying to figure out how to grow claws with the aura stuff. It doesn't seem to work.
Let's, here's a thought. Let's, huh?
Sylvie. She was trying to form like the aura bone into like a sword, but it formed like a spoon. She's like, okay, that's not the correct thing. That's not it. She formed like a cartoon style bone over like the typical bone. This is hard to work with. Darn it, I guess I can't make a sword out of this.
Huh.
Or maybe I'm just not experienced enough.
Yeah, maybe. Let me try this. I'll try to wrap a pseudopod around her hands and give her some bear claws.
Okay. Well, her claws grow out into bear claws, so she's got like metal bear claws now. It's like, good, harder to grip my staff, but I can work with this. All right. Splashy slashy.
Do what you gotta, we do what we gotta do. Alright, let's move.
You're very lucky you ended up with real claws and not pastries.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They're tasty at least. Wanna buy one? Or
It's like,
buy one? Wanna eat one?
it's like goobard stuff. Or not goobard, tetabard almost. Blue magic! Fat cat!
Kitties!
Lucky.
Lucky.
Yeah. Excuse me. Baby. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm not seeing spots. Okay. No, what are you doing now?
Just continuing toward the... Well, continuing toward where the energy went.
Alrighty. Diana is keeping up as best she can. She's going faster because she can cut through the smaller stuff. But okay. How are you trying to keep your bearings to find the thing?
Not really trying to put that much thought into it. Just, actually, hey, Bob, can you sense where the magic might have gone?
Yeah, I think it's that direction over there. Over to the southeast.
Alright. Alright, we're gonna follow Bob. I'm gonna follow Bob, then.
Southeast is back towards the city. Let's see here.
I was thinking southwest. Blah.
Just northwest is where you were heading initially.
Yes.
Let's see here. All right, Bob can feel some of the magic lingering in the air. It's heading off towards the northwest right now. There's no paths or anything, but you can still feel a little bit. As you get
closer, the compass upside down.
As you get closer, it's easier to track.
All right. Well, I guess we're getting lost then, Bob. Thanks.
Northwest. That's what I...
There are netherworld animals around kind of freaking out and pretty angry nearby. Lunas can sense that. Outside of like the bears, there's like deer, rabbits, wolves, those kind of thing. A gigantic angry squirrel that's probably like a 6 foot tall squirrel, just really angrily throwing like nuts around it.
That's something I want to eat. Maybe.
Sound like Bastion and freaking Dragomir right now. It's a scary monster. I'm gonna eat it.
That's the answer right there.
I mean, if you don't mind stopping for a bit of hunting, it could serve us pretty well, I bet. It's a rodent of unusual size.
Giant miniature rodent.
What part of this is miniature?
Never mind. You wouldn't get the reference, I guess.
You run into a giant dwarf. It is 5 foot tall.
Well, dwarves in normal D&D are only like, I don't know, 4 to 5.
I thought they were only like 3 to 4, but I don't know about 5th ed.
They're big enough in 5th edition to be considered medium.
Giant halflings do exist. They're called Bigfoot. All right, I need to get some more water here because
Okay, and
I'll give you a lucky cam. I'll get water. I'll give you a cooler can, but he is not in a good position to grab that.
I'm gonna get myself some ice cream.
I hear you so much crying, Milo.
And also,
Get me some water. Anish, get the water. There I see. Water. Water.
Hello, kids. See you.
Alrighty, I am back. Oh. Lucky! Here, they have a Lakota too. There he is.
If you are back, I am not back yet. I'm getting my mom some ice cream too.
Alrighty, I'm just showing off Lakota. And Oreo. Is Milo out there? I would show Milo, but I don't think he's out there. I see Sweetie in the background. There's Milo out there. I think he finally went away. Stop meowing. Meow. Okay, he's gone. Oreo! You don't get to go out there! Here, I can close the door now, huh? What this? Squee kitten? Can we get Squee from Oreo? We haven't got Squee in a while. Meow, purr. Squee? Where's the Squee kitty? We haven't squeed in a while, huh? Because your allergies are bugging you so much. Meh. Mr. Coots. Purr. What's my Coots? You what? You need to go out. I just let you out early. You can go on. Do you? No. I thought. Hi, Mr. Coots. What's up? There he is. He just wants butt scratches. That's what he wants. He wants his butt pats. The wolf butt pats, yeah. There he goes. There goes the wolf. The wolf butt. Alrighty, so we'll just wait and wait. Actually, give me a sec. Let me think. Huh, okay. Well, something for Bob if you're there.
Just got here.
Okay. Do you feel Bob can feel like he can stretch out his limbs like much longer than normal? You can like retract like one of your other legs or a couple of them to extend one further, like flow your mass into a larger or increase the size of one of your tentacle by tucking one other one in and reforming. It's basically kind of redirecting your mass because of the goopiness.
Oh, so I can reach farther because of the goopiness?
Yeah, basically, you could double the length of a tentacle by pulling one of the other goo tentacles in. You could pull multiple others in to like increase the size or length of one of the others. Or your head, or whatever.
Hey, Okay, I am back now.
So basically, you could give yourself like 4 tentacles to act as arms and legs that could be beefy because they have the mass of the other ones in there while you were gooped up like this, basically. Or just make one really long one. Or you could ball yourself out too, practically.
Bob or me?
Bob.
Okay.
The long tentacle of the law.
I was just trying to figure out how this would benefit him too with the slime stuff, and it's basically pulling in a tentacle to give, like, redirecting the mass from other parts of the body into others, like sucking it in. It's weirdness, but it's not like it's. Others haven't used that. Okay, so you're back. What are we going to do now? You heading? Are you going to try to get the squirrel? You going to stop the hunt for some reason?
Stop the hunt.
Okay, then.
More unit types and more forms.
True enough.
Alright, let's see. This forest is so dense, fire or lightning probably wouldn't be a good idea. Guess we're sticking with earth and ice. And Diana.
The wind would probably work too. Although I don't know any wind stuff.
Neither do I.
Oh, hunting a giant squirrel, huh? How are you gonna go about this?
Oh, you know what? Maybe I can pump some magic into making a big flower that tries to make it just relax and bliss out like it did to me.
Oh.
Big.
Try to make big flower out of what?
Out of me, I guess.
Okay then. You gonna try to get up close enough to do that or something, or?
Yeah, just kind of quietly short my way through the underbrush and get close enough.
Okay. What is Bob doing? And Diana's asking what you want her to do.
If it doesn't pass out right away, I like you to just. Good question. Just go for as much damage as you can, I guess.
For that I can do. Is Bob going to do anything to help in hunting the giant squirrel?
Alright, let's see.
Well, we could do like a pitfall or something.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that works actually. Well, it might not work because it's a giant squirrel, but
It'd have to be a pretty big pit, I guess.
it'd have to be the kind of pit that a squirrel can't climb out of.
I mean, if you want to disable something, just send one of those earth spikes up between the legs. It probably won't be able to do much after that. Of course, that's kind of fighting dirty, and I don't like to do that unless somebody really, really deserves it.
Yeah.
Could trip it with ice, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, or freeze its feet to the ground.
Alrighty, sounds like a plan.
Alright, but first I'm going to go for the flower strat.
Okay, it doesn't even notice you approaching whatsoever because it's too busy throwing
Music.
pine cones and nuts and branches at other things, and it just seems really pissed off. Definitely not sentient. It's just a typical angry squirrel that's angry because it got scared and wants to take it out on everybody else in existence, which is what happens sometimes with squirrels. I know that from fishing, going through the woods and getting bonked over the head with sticks and rocks and stuff, because there's a squirrel angry nearby. They do that at the dogs too. They would grab like avocado pits and throw them from the freaking rooftop at the dogs in the back. Okay then. And then you're gonna try the flower thing?
Yep. So, put it to sleep with pollen.
So you're trying to like nomp it with a flower?
No. First make a big burst of pollen and celestial energy to try to make it fall asleep.
Oh, okay. Okay, well you're trying to make a big burst of pollen onto the squirrel, and you kind of just splat yourself across it, and now the squirrel is covered in you, and it's kind of freaking out.
Whoops.
You certainly puffed yourself all over it. Yeah, it's covered in Lunas. Diana's trying to figure out.
Everyone attack.
Okay. Diana's coming in for like a punch to the squirrel gut. The way it looks like she's holding back and gives Bob a nod, waiting for Bob's ice, I guess.
Freeze time.
And the squirrel is frozen in place and freaking out even more, flailing, covered in nuke slime, frozen to the ground. And then the Arcario comes in and gives it a... Ooh. She gives it a punch so hard in the gut, you see her, like, Arcario fist basically come out the other... Not like punch through it, but like cartoon style, just foam. Probably the cartoony style because you feel like because you're on top of the thing.
That was
And the energies. And the squirrel just passes right out after that.
Okay, let's get to work nomming it.
And your weird chaos stuff causes the squirrel to just like suddenly drop a bunch of like silver coins and a bunch of nuts. Like you just beat something up in an RPG and it just drops stuff.
Oh man, where's the health potion?
It also drops a squirrel hide, a giant squirrel hide, even though it still has it on, because the weird, toony chaos logic. Are you sure you want to be playing that? My dice are being mean today. Okay, well, this is your own fault. Everything's suddenly staring at you because of the victory music that went off playing from Lunas.
Okay, quick, try to eat the squirrel!
The squirrel's pretty big, but you can coat it. It's going to take a little bit to eat. But Bob feels like he could eat it too. And Lunas feels like he could share stuff with Bob that he gets from the squirrel.
Okay.
Probably won't take too long, but it's kind of like not an instant thing.
Alright.
Of course, your tail thinks that you could probably shrink it down inside you to eat it, but...
Alright, let's do that then. Thanks, Tail.
Oh, yeah, the squirrel is shrunk down to like normal squirrel size and just floating in you. But it counts as giant squirrel from whatever you're trying to eat and pick up from the thing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna... Well, let's warp onto Bob and eat the squirrel and try to share some of it with him.
Okay, what are you trying to take from the squirrel exactly? Bob, you can influence some of what you want taken from it too if you want anything.
Biting and climbing power seems good. And,
Oh, incisors, biting and climbing. I don't know what Bob wants. Bob can already bite worse than a squirrel. A squid's got the beaks that can cut through frickin' metal almost. Squid and octopus can bite through seashells. That's like,
wow.
yeah. Does Bob want anything from the squirrel?
The ability to come back on the same side of the road you came from.
What?
What? Ludus's chaos is getting to Bob? What do you mean?
Yeah, the squirrels go halfway and then they go back.
Oh, yeah, okay. Danger sense. Well, actually, squirrels are terrible at danger sense. That's why they do that. What, more agility? What are you trying to grab?
Sure, we'll call it agility.
Okay. So, okay. Well, squirrel agility is kind of like climbing kind of stuff. Let's see. I mean, it's another word, squirrel. It seems to be able to manifest some of the large nuts and things it was throwing. It seemed to be able to manifest it like as a type of magic sort of thing that you could lob at. Yeah.
Oh, we just got to have that then.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop.
It happened again.
What was that? Your microphone?
No, my chair.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Diana's just looking at you confused. She's like, okay, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I mean, your tentacles feel like you could share stuff with other people, even Diana, if you wanted to try, but it doesn't feel very like as much as safe as it is with Bob right now because you're both similar stuff. Let's see here.
I'll give it a try. Maybe Deanna. Yeah, give Deanna the climbing and the nut magic just to range option.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so both Bob and Lewis are able to absorb the squirrel stuff that you were trying to get. You get the nut magic and the squirrel danger sense, which is just kind of like like when you're in danger, you're able to like get out of trouble faster. It's kind of just like an oh shit button dodge that you can do now and then, like an instinctual thing. Notice you get a big old pair of incisors and bite, and you can climb, even though you don't have any ability to like climb with claws right now. You feel like you can slurp up a tree.
Okay.
Because for Diana, if it works. Well, okay, this one's kind of hard to figure out because it's only a 10, and so it's in the middle, so I don't know what you would think about that. I mean, it could go badly and, like, squirrel her, or it could give her just one of the things, or it just creates something else silly, or something, or it's basically just a fail and you try again.
Give her the... Try to get the nut magic onto her.
You're going for the nut magic over the climbing? That's pretty weird. Doesn't seem currently like stuff wants to take particularly easily, but you also have Bob attached to you and you're absorbing stuff yourself right now. So it feels like you can give another attempt, because I rolled 10 a second time, so I guess second attempt is worth if you want.
Incisors then.
The incisors? I mean, you can attempt the same stuff you were trying before. It's just the first time didn't work, but you can do it. You can try a second time without any penalty, basically.
All right, yeah. Try again.
Okay. Doesn't help if it gets stuck in Lucky's fur at a weird angle. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. That's like a That's like a
bushy tail.
A tentaball roll, practically. It would help. Okay, we're gonna roll it over here, so it quits getting stuck inside Lucky.
Lucky buddy.
If I can find where it went.
Lucky, you're so chunky.
What are you doing, buddy? Where is that dice? I can't actually find my dice. I rolled it over here, and it went bounced off my cup, and it went over to Lucky again. He's like a dice magnet. There it is. It's under his butt. Oh, fine. We'll roll it right on him. Maybe that'll help.
Lucky.
No, it just blorps. There we go. Oh, okay, that works. There, it bounced off him. Okay, so... You can give her both the things now. After a bit of focus, you can actually give her whatever things you want. Just, like, you can give 2 things right now. So if you want the nut magic and the
climbing and nut magic.
Okay, climbing and nut magic. She doesn't really trip out much because the celestial stuff doesn't seem to affect her like it was you and Bob, but she's kind of gives you a very weird look. I mean, she looks at her claws, she's like, oh, that's neat, but what the heck? She tries to form, like, out of the new magic, instead of a nut, she forms like a bone. It's like an Adventure Island style throwing bone. Yeah, I guess it just adapts to whatever.
Huh, hey, that's pretty neat. It works.
She tries it a few times, and it definitely fits with Diana, because sometimes it's like swords. They don't seem like they're going to do much more damage, but they seem to take on more shape of what the wielder wants to use.
Alright. High five Bob, even though I'm kind of riding on him.
I mean, I don't have any fingers, but sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you could use 5 tentacles. Might work.
No, that one is enough.
Oh, you kind of splat against each other and get mixed up, and it feels really weird trying to figure out where one of you is and the other.
Trippy.
Which means Bob gets a glimpse of all the frickin' aura, like Lucario aura stuff, and some of the Eldritchness, which is kind of like being zapped with drunkenness and like glitchiness from a video game. And Lunas gets a big feel of being squiddy or tentaballish, tentacly all over the place, and then also like the magic senses all over the place for a second until you two kind of just like reverse magnet pull apart from each other.
Whoa.
And those senses you were feeling are only there while you were together for that second, but it was pretty freaking trippy for both of you.
I don't know if we're ready for the whole Dragon Ball Z fusion thing yet, Bob. That was weird.
Bob also felt something weird too, because he felt like there was a third person in there. And the third person kind of felt like it had some possible weird ideas for Bob before it like popped out. It popped out with Lunas, whatever it is.
It had ideas? Oh my.
You had an idea of some of your like tentacles being like dragon heads and having a dragon head, so like multiple dragon heads for a second.
Wow.
In fact, 2 of your tentacles now have your like beaks on the end of it, like your mouth, that you could bite things with. Although you can feel like you can just mold them back together, but you can make bitey tentacles for a little bit right now. Let's say for the rest of the day. Yeah, sure.
I wasn't planning going for the squirrel teeth, but here we are.
Did I?
It's not even
that interaction.
It's no.
Okay. Whoa! Did I do?
You only felt stuff from each other. You didn't feel like your own.
Okay.
It basically picked up on the foreign stuff. It's not squirrel teeth. It's like squid/octopus.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right. Although Lunas with his Tanuki, kind of, you look like a Jimmy Neutron character with the weird buck teeth on something that shouldn't have it now. Jeez. Well, he's got like buck teeth. Well, actually, let's see. Tanuki. No, it fits fine with a Tanuki. It fits perfectly fine. Otherwise, you feel like it might be like bigger fangs or something. You could make it kind of. But there you go. You got the stuff. The squirrel is gone. You have enough squirrel data. You have plenty enough squirrel data to make squirrels if you wanted to.
Nice.
It was not a sentient squirrel. You got squirrel data. The other animals, a bunch of them kind of ran away right now, though, because, yeah, that was kind of scary to witness. Some of them are still nearby, but you can feel that magic up ahead. And you can feel that aura a little stronger over there now, too.
Alright, forward.
Bob doing anything else? Diana's still a little confused by, like, the making stuff to throw thing.
Hey, Bob, question. Is there any lore about, like, tennaballs in your world?
No, most of our people all have we all have tentacles, but we're not really balls per se.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you got shooting contests between squid kids?
Yeah, kind of. It's got some nice ink shots and for the ones that can do water magic, they can do water shots too.
Oh wow! Can they swim through their own ink?
I mean, they can. It's not usually something you want to do.
Okay. So not exactly like Splatoon then.
I have no idea what any of that is. But, hey.
I'd show you, but my Wii U is at home.
What? That sounds kind of, what?
What? No, it's a gaming console.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, she seems kind of like, at least you can tell from aura, because it's hard to tell when something's with fur is blushing, but she's kind of like flustered all of a sudden. She had no idea what a Wii U was, so it was kind of weird. Your tail is basically laughing internally right now, like cackling.
Okay, you shut up, tail.
Oh, by the way, Lunas, you ever been a dragon before?
Yeah, it might have happened in one of my earlier journeys, but not recently.
Your tail suddenly, Lunas's tail suddenly grows like really big, making him shrink to get the mass, and then bites over his head, just kind of like. It seems to have like a teasing aura. And then it lets go and shrinks back.
What is up with you today?
Just sticks a tongue out.
gotta figure out who or what you are at some point.
Well, Bob asked you something outside of being interrupted by...
Dragon. Yeah, might have happened during one of my earlier adventures, but I haven't done it recently. Not since I met Sieg, anyway. Actually, I guess the Lapras kind of counts as a dragon.
If you say so. I guess. Water dragon?
Yeah. Oh, and I got mixed up with a Gyarados trying to swim through a void river. Whoops. Surprising I haven't seen any of those in this world yet.
Yeah. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be many Pokemon here until you make them or something.
No, the void rivers.
Oh! Yeah, well, that's kind of a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Why ask if he had it was a dragon before? That's kind of weird. It's hard to picture him as a dragon, honestly. The Tanuki really fits well. So does, like, Coyote or Otter. Or a Buizel, yeah, I don't know. Seems kind of chaotic trickstery almost. A little bit.
I guess.
Well, I asked because something weird happened when I touched him a moment ago.
Weird how?
Like I was kind of sensed something dragony in you.
Well, I turn my head like I'm trying to look back at my tail, but if I'm just the slime, then that doesn't work too well.
You basically, your head just rotates around your body. Because it just, like, slorp rotates. Your tail kind of, like, runs away from you to stay away from you looking at it. It's being playful.
Okay, I think my tail might have done that. Could be a clue. Maybe I'll look into it when I get back to base.
Well, the squirrel was delicious.
Yes, it was.
Meaty with a nutty flavor.
Getting some of that nice, fresh West Virginian cuisine.
Okay, well, both Bob and Lunas feel like they could turn into a squirrel if they wanted to. Diana has none of that.
Makes sense.
I mean, it's for... It's not the giant squirrel. It's basically, at the moment, you guys could work on it to make it something more, but otherwise it's just like a normal squirrel, probably like a cat-sized squirrel. But it's another word squirrel. It has fangs and horns and little demon wings, and you can work on it to grow it into a larger squirrel or its other squirrel things, because that's what the dice said, because why not?
Alright, well...
And while you are in squirrel form, you can use all the squirrel abilities, although... No, you can still use some of your normal stuff. It's just like things that require your actual forms aren't going to work unless you train yourself. It's very weird, but that's just what the dice said.
Well, I mean, I'm still curious about the celestial plant slime, so I'm gonna stick with this for a while.
Alrighty. Well then.
Back to
You're gonna
investigating.
Alrighty, you can track down the thing fairly easily. There are cat farts in the air, apparently. Thank you, sweetie. Have your butt right up against me when you fart, thanks. There are not as many animals around. A lot of them seem to be avoiding the area, but that aura that you felt that doesn't feel like a person, but stuff just trying to almost correct things or whatever, and the glitchiness that was happening. But other auras are around that up ahead, where the epicenter of where that magic is coming from. And you can see like a blasted over trees. And as you get closer to it, there are what appear to be pretty strong Netherworld soldiers standing around looking into it. They don't cover the entire crater area, but there's probably about 6 of them. They definitely feel fairly dangerous, aura-wise.
Okay, well, let's hang back and watch them for a while. Also, I need to get water.
Alrighty. And I have 3 kitties on me right now, so I can't refill my water if I wanted to. Sweetie, Oreo, and Sylvie are both here. Is it Sylvie? Yes, it's Sylvie. Can I move the microphone so you can experience purr? Well, she doesn't want to share her purrs. She's like, no, you cannot have my purrs. I think I'm starting to figure out how to use my old RP system I made that worked with a Disgaea style thing. Of course.
You have an old system?
I have an RP system I made myself before, yes. And I had offers to publish it by, I don't remember the term of it. I don't remember the company, but they're the ones that published Iron Claw and J Claw. I mean, the publishers and the people who wrote the system for Iron Claw and J Claw were part of my old RP group, so... And one of my DMs was that part of that too. Oh, sweetie, you fell. You fell. I gotcha. But like Ludus was up, but I was trying to say, like, I think I'm figuring out ways to possibly put my RP system into a Disgaea style thing. Basically, adding bonuses to your dice rolls from like reincarnations and stuff. Like you could use mana for various things, like increasing your skills or towards reincarnations to give you better bonuses. But then again, you'd have to balance it with enemies having reincarnation bonuses too.
Yeah.
But it'd basically be like, hey, you're rolling... Like, hey, this time you're rolling a D12 and a D4. But because you're reincarnated twice, you get like a +2 or something towards like a certain stat that you want to utilize. And the more mana you have, the more bonuses you can give yourself or something. But I'll have to, I don't know, it'd be kind of awkward to shift over. It was just a random thought.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alright, so these strong minions are sitting there. They're kind of talking to each other, wondering where this came from. Mentioning that it's quite a big, like a flare going off, and they're wondering if like the Celestials are trying to invade or do something here. They're also talking about how there's no way they'd even be able to do that unless they have some sort of spy amongst them. Is somebody disguising themselves, some sort of imposter. And they're talking about how they're hoping this stuff can be fixed, and they're keeping guard up because they said whatever went off is like a giant road flare going off, and everyone and everything is going to be paying attention to this area. They're also talking about one of the let me see. They sent down a group of 3 Prinnies into the crater, and they all ended up like snake things. The way they're describing them, they sound like Dratinis. Of course, but also the way they're describing them is, well, they're like Prinnies, so they're kind of like plushy things. and they don't want anybody going down there until it's fixed. Whatever's going on. You can hear the cries of one of them from within the crater complaining that they're going to get punished because they can't say dude anymore. They keep seeing teeny instead of dude. And they're going to get punished by their teacher. You also hear one of them say, at least those three didn't get it as bad as the one dude who turned into a mop.
Okay, well, that's just weird and confusing.
Especially even more so because they say the mop is moving around on its own, like some kind of sorcerer's apprentice thing. But whatever happened here has the attention of some really strong... Like, these guys make Bardis look like a Prinny. You could tell from the aura. Bob can't tell this. Diana seems to be wary.
I don't think we should be sticking around here much longer.
Like, you feel that weird aura trying to repair or fix things from this creator. Eventually, a big, like, black thing goes off in the middle, kind of like a black detonation, and you feel a lot of the energy that was there kind of just get pushed out and vanish, and it's back to, like, netherworld stuff growing in there.
Did it look like anybody around here caused it, or did the world just make that happen?
There's just that weird aura that you felt a little bit before that happened. You don't see anybody else doing anything. The weird Prinny Dratinis. Yeah, I guess there's still Dratini things, but their aura kind of distorts a little bit. But then they feel as netherworldy as normal Prinnies, and before they didn't now, but they do again. But they're still not Prinnies. They feel different. You see the mop hop up along the thing, like the edge of the the edge of the crater where the others are sitting, and the mop has horns and like wooden wings.
I feel kind of bad for the dude, but I don't want to get close to them. Come on, guys, let's go back.
The strong dudes around the edge of the crater. One of them grabs the mop. The other one asks what to do with the Prinnies on the bottom of the crater, and they told him to just leave them. And they all just kind of like teleport back wherever they came from. The aura seems to be gone too, but the center of that crater feels kind of a little foreboding, pretty netherworld, like hard netherworld-ish.
Okay, well, if all the auras are gone except for the Prinnies and whatever wildlife, I'm gonna carefully shorp up to the edge of the crater and call out to the Prinnies.
Alright, what is Bob doing?
Well, I guess he's just watching because he's not really much aware of what kinds of beings Prinnies are.
Well, you definitely feel the shift from that like good feeling energy to something like foreboding. Like if you've ever had like a night terror or a nightmare, or like being in a place you shouldn't be and it feels bad, kind of like that. Like you feel all the good energy kind of get blasted out of there, basically. And of course, all the other dudes have left that you could see. Actually, You have squirrel danger sense. Your squirrel danger sense is no longer tingling. It feels like it's safe. Well, safer to observe. That's for Bob, since he has squirrel danger sense. It's just... I don't know, even my older RPs I ran ended up with people with weird abilities. I had a player character that focused on flower arranging, and he became the best flower arranger in the world. It's fine! Do what you want! I mean... I'm not gonna punish for pursuing your goals. Okay. So you're trying to call out to the pretty... Okay, the bottom of the crater is really dark. It's like if you went into the frontier of a netherworld that's never been explored... Excuse me, that was not intended. Yeah, it gives off kind of like a belch of netherworld energy, sure. Basically, if you went to a frontier of a netherworld that's never been explored before, and it's just like heavy wilderness netherworld, that's basically the feeling you get from down in there. There's like a cloud of just negative energy floating in there. I mean, part of you feels like you want to kind of like drive it off and eat some of it just to get rid of it. It's just the celestial stuff. Bob feels part of that too. The pretties are in the middle of all that. They seem to be like unconscious at the moment. From the aura senses, you can feel. Well, some of the light stuff still is inside the pretties. There's like that dark stuff is trying to basically take them over and kind of like make them more, well, not necessarily simple-minded, but more animalistic.
Okay, yeah, let's, well, I'm gonna call on Bob and Diana and try to get the Prinnies out of there.
Alright. Like, going down in there makes you feel uncomfortable. Diana is especially feeling uncomfortable in here compared to you guys. Like, she's coughing and not feeling good.
Alright, well, if the celestial stuff in me wants to try to clean this up, I'm gonna see if I can do that.
Alright. Like, you can feel that darkness stuff trying to seep into Diana, even though Diana's got the celestial base. You're having problems trying to clean this stuff back. There's so much of it, when you clean part of it, it just seeps back. It tries to seep back in. The Prinnies are unconscious within reach, but Diana seems like she's having trouble getting in there. Bob can feel it too, that this stuff is just kind of trying to seep in. It seems to be pushing back against whatever this good feeling stuff is.
Alright, well, I'm gonna jump onto Diana and try to, well, form a protective layer against this stuff, because stuff has me worried. Hey Bob, think you can do that, like, the long tentacle thing and grab them?
Yeah, let me try that. If I suck in 9 of my tentacles, I can make a really long tentacle.
Alrighty. Alright. Bob is able to grab the Prinnies out of there and pull them outside of the darkness. Notice you're having problems trying to, like, encase and protect Diana, because that dark stuff is, like, again, like an opposite magnet trying to push off of you. It's really trying to get into Diana and trying to make her, like, demony and more, like, four-legged, animalistic, like, hellhoundish. Again, it's trying to basically push what her current reincarnation is down underneath all of it. And it feels very aggressive to whatever it is trying to form from her.
Okay.
Diana is fighting back, and she's keeping it kind of at bay, whatever this stuff is.
Alright, let's see if I can give Diana a pouch to hold the pretties in, because I don't think I could hold any of them myself.
What type of pouch are you going for? Like a pouch of holding, just a normal pouch, or what? Bomberoo pouch, pack rat pouch. What type of pouch are you going for here? We have so many different types of pouches we need to know.
Since I got the squirrel stuff, I guess my mind is drifting toward pack rat pouch.
Alright, so like a bottomless pouch of holding, kind of.
Yep, a very secure pouch of holding.
Alright, well, you roll a 20, so she now has a pack rat pouch.
Alright.
She's fighting back too much to notice. She's trying to fight back
Diana,
against...
get everyone in a pouch and let's run.
Pouch? What?
I poke at it.
Well, Bob's the one who's holding the pretties, so he is the one that's got to put them in.
All right.
Your tail seems to notice that you're kind of upset and concerned about Diana, and it reaches out and kind of like... It flows off of you onto her.
What?
Like, you don't feel the presence, and it goes onto her tail, and it seems to push back that stuff pretty hard. And Diana's confused about what happened, but with Bob, she grabs the pretties and gets out of there.
Okay, are you alright? Are both of you alright?
I don't know what that was. That felt wrong. It's like...
Yeah, I felt that.
I couldn't think about anything but, like, eating other things and hunting, and... Oh, that was awful.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Okay, the pretties are well, they're not even pretties anymore. They're basically demonified Dratinis. Plush ones. Or are they all plush? Let me see. One of them is still plush, the other two are not, and feel a little more animalistic. But they're still trying to fight back. Even Prinnies are trying to fight back against that stuff.
Okay, well, I'm gonna flow into the pouch now and help them out.
Alright. Okay. Well... see here. Bob can feel this too with the magic that something is trying to like override the Prinnies. Even if he doesn't know what Prinnies are, it's basically something is trying to override them, more animalistic, nasty, whatever that energy is. You feel for that from the magic. You feel like with whatever you are with this goop stuff, you can help Lunas out if you want to. You can help Diana out too, who's still trying to fight off this stuff.
Okay.
So
I'll try to worm my way into that.
What you gonna do, like tie yourself around her like a backpack? Or are you joining me in the pouch?
Pouch, I guess.
Okay.
okay. So Diana still has that darkness stuff is definitely in the pouch and trying to take hold in her. Although you can feel like what was your tail is still helping her out. It doesn't seem to be getting rid of the darkness, though. It seems to be, like, taking it over, practically. And Diana is getting mixed up with the stuff. The Dratinis, on the other hand, with the two of you working together... Okay, well, the first thing that happens is that you're trying to fight back. This stuff is pretty strong, and their aura shift from Prinnies to like some type of demonic Dratini's. You don't feel the Prinny anymore. I mean, one of them's still plush. And the one is... Okay, two of them are hanging on. One of them goes like full like feral Pokemon style, like for aerial animal, like it's like starting to lose itself. The other two are still holding on. The other one's kind of like a mystery dungeon like thing, practically. With the two of you working together, it doesn't feel like they're lost yet, though. It feels like you can still pull them back. But that one that lost itself doesn't feel like it's going to go light. It feels like it's going to be demon teeny thing, even if you pull its mind back. The other two feel like they're still malleable enough to restore their prettiness or whatever. Or not have them all darky. Or darkness. Whatever, or demony, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I don't care about that so much as their minds being safe.
Alrighty. With you two kind of mixed together in a pouch, Bob can feel this stuff too. And with that tail feeling in there that both of you feel, it feels like they're trying to work together towards things. Although the tail thing's trying to preserve, or it seems to be more focused on keeping Diana okay than the Prinnies.
Diana, can you walk?
I can walk, yeah.
Get us back
I
to
don't
the base.
feel that great. Okay. I don't know what's going on. There's like somebody else in here. What's... okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing that was in my tail. I think it's harmless enough.
Okay, I'll try to get us back. It just save them in there. Oh, I feel weird and terrible. Okay, you still trying to save the Prinnies, both of you?
Yes.
Okay. Sweetie rolled an 18. Sweetie. Okay. Sweetie is good luck. Okay, the Prinnies, the plushy Prinny completely stabilizes. You feel like you could let it go demony or shift it back to like more celestial plush Dratini thing. The third one is kind of wavering between like normal, or wavering between celestial or demonic. It still feels like you could push it back to Prinny. I mean, the middle one could go back to Prinny too, but the other one, it feels like it wants to stay Dratini more. The plush Dratini seems content either way. I mean, they're Prinnies, they probably prefer that. The more feral one is still fighting back pretty hard. It feels like it's trying to escape the pouch right now and do something.
No, come on, stay put. Gotta get you to the reincarnation thing.
Okay, it's like biting and trying to squirm its way through you and out of the pouch. It's starting to take in like that netherworld energy from the other two as well that is being pushed out.
Alright, well...
What are you and Bob doing? Bob can feel all this too, because you're kind of like puddled together so you can pick up on the aura stuff and everything. So you're both feeling all this. The tail is still trying to sort Diana out, and Diana's trying to get out of the area, get out of the crater to get away from that stuff.
Oh, we're still in the crater?
Well, you have to climb out of it. It was kind of a big crater. Okay. She's trying to get out of the area and get back to town. The tail is still trying to help her. Though part of Diana's like subconscious is you can feel like the two subconsciouses kind of like fist fighting each other basically. Which is kind of weird, but it's separate from the. It's kind of like, yes, hey, yes, you saved me. We'll work together. I'm gonna punch you in the face. How dare you? Sort of stuff. Kind of like rivals, I guess. But that one ex-pretty thing is trying to get out, so it's up to you two what you want to try to do there, Bob and Lunas. Diana's not able to help right now. She's putting her all into not getting overtaken and getting out of there.
I'm gonna try to... Well, I'm gonna try to eat the Prinny like I ate the squirrel, I guess.
Try to eat the Prinny? Okay, then.
Gotta keep it
Bob,
somewhere.
you can help Lunas do this if you want. It's not a Prinny anymore, though. It's a like a fell like fiend Dratini thing. Its mind is still barely in there, but this darkness is trying to make it basically just a nasty, nasty demon thing.
Okay. Maybe I'll try to freeze its arms in place or something. So
Does it even have those?
It's a Dratini. It doesn't have arms. It's the Pokemon snake thing. Well, now freezing it will make it more lethargic because it's like dragon reptile thing. So if you want to do that, that's fine. It has no limbs. It's just a noodle, and a very angry, bitey noodle that can't bite either of you because you're goopy.
okay. Maybe I'll try to freeze its jaws shut or something.
Okay. Its jaws are frozen. Thrashing about, and you're trying to eat the thing, huh? Sweetie, don't bonk the microphone.
Yeah. I mean, it sort of worked with the bear. Let's try
Okay.
the same thing with the Dratini.
Well, okay, the Dratini is being... You are, like, sucking up the Dratini stuff from it. The darkness is still pushing back really hard. This stuff feels really difficult to, like, eat. But you're able to, like... You can pull the mind out at least, but the darkness still has that feral thing to it. You can eat the mind through there. Both Bob and Lunas will feel the thing in there. And both Bob and Lunas can absorb one Dratini thing if you want.
I don't feel like I need to do that.
I mean, it's good. You're going to get something whether you want it or not at this point. So,
More
I mean,
swimming
the thing what's that?
More swimming power, I guess.
Oh, the thing that rolled up was actually like the big, like fluffy Dratini style ears on the Tanuki. Just it wasn't anything like really big. It's just like here's an adorableness.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Because the other thing will happen later. So does Bob think of anything Dratini wise, or I mean, Bob could be get Dratini style form with a noodle snake, or shoot. I was trying to think. They have some control over elements, like rain and things like that. Let's see. I mean, actually, if you want to, you can increase your underwater speed even more because you can kind of flow Dratini style.
Dratini. This Pokemon.
Yes.
That Pokemon.
Yeah. That's what Sieg was before you came here and he went noodle. Well, he was the rock teeny lith or whatever you put in him. You put so much stuff in him.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember this, but not recently. Yeah, swimming speed, I guess, would be what I would go for.
Alrighty. Even faster squid, that's fine. Okay, we
Speedy
got that.
squid.
Okay.
Alright, well, if I was able to rescue the Dratini's mind, then...
Yes, you got the mind in you, but the rest of like the body is being thrashing around really badly. And it breaks free from your grasp and flows out of the pouch.
Okay, well, I was pretty close to kicking it out of the pouch anyway, so... We'll just let it be, I guess. It's probably gonna come back to bite us later, but right now, Prinny is safe, that's what matters.
It's already biting, because you can feel that darkness trying to take over Diana pretty strong again. Some of the darkness outside is getting, like, more focused.
Okay, well, now that the Dratinis are safe, I'm gonna flow back out and try to help Diana again.
Okay, what's Bob doing?
Does that mean we dealt with all the Dratinis?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the dark thing, there's like something's trying to get Diana again after the darkness taking over that one Dratini's body flew it out. Ouch, sweetie, you almost fell. That hurt.
Sweetie.
Cats are clumsy tonight.
You show your butt on stream. Don't do that.
You good?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on see what Bob's gonna do.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's the correct course of action then as well.
You're going out to help assist Diana.
Yeah. I guess that's correct since that's the only person that's really having problems right now.
All right. Well, Diana's still trying to get away from the creator and the crater, and that Dratini body that's filled with the darkness stuff is sucking in darkness from around. It can't take in everything from the crater because it's needed to counter whatever Sieg did. And the Dratini is growing like... It grows 3 other heads and starts to grow like 4 clawed arms, and it's turning into some type of monster thing, and it's focused right at you guys. It especially seems focused on Diana right now. Even though you two just got out, there are a couple heads are looking at you and Bob, and the others are focused on Diana and trying to push darkness in there. Whatever it was in your tail is trying to protect her, although it can't drive the darkness out, but it's trying to take over the darkness and balance things out in her.
Okay, well, I'm gonna reach out to my tail and I guess, I mean, hey, if you're some kind of dragon thing, she needs like a pair of wings so I can get her out of here.
Trying to get the tail to get her to grow wings.
Yeah. Or turn me into a pair of wings or something.
Well, that weird, like, demonic, if you'd even call it a Dratini thing anymore, is trying to focus the darkness into Diana there. And, the tail, it feels like the tail is focusing entirely on preventing Diana from going berserk monster thing. So it can't seem to do anything about the wings right now.
Okay, well, time to zap her with chaos, focus on some kind of merged together dragon thing, and I'll try to get her out of there myself.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Sweetie. What is Bob doing? I mean, this entity thing isn't really big. It's still... Well, it's slightly bigger than Dratini size. It's probably about... It's basically a Naga thing that stands about 4 foot tall right now with extra arms and claws that's really dark and trying to do stuff.
Okay, so there's a Naga thing. And, okay.
With
So
multiple heads, yeah. It's like a Hydra Naga thing that's trying to suck up the darkness and push it into Diana.
Okay, in that case, I'll go with a direct approach and try and lightning it.
Okay. Sweetie. Don't play with the dice, please. Alrighty. So, you're trying to, like, merge with Diana kind of stuff to get stuff going?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you definitely merge up, and you feel, like, the tail and head stuff. And things are definitely... You can definitely feel how drastically this thing is trying to kind of corrupt Diana. It's also trying to get to the tail, too, but the tail seems to be able to counter, like, take over the darkness stuff. You can feel all this inside Diana just... It like, whatever the tail is doing, it kind of feels like part of Diana right now, or it could end up being part of her. But because the tail doesn't seem capable of pushing out all this darkness, just, like, rearranging it. Okay. And it feels like it's really trying to make Diana something really scary and monstrous.
Okay, well,
and it's also trying to get to the tail too, but it's having no luck with that.
And I am trying to get away from the crater entirely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're trying to do the merge thing. You merge up with all three of you together, and you can feel that darkness. Diana seems a little more relieved, although the whole combined body starts kind of like glitching and freaking out right now because it's really weird. Bob goes up and zaps the Dratini thing, which gives you definitely a breather because that thing gets blasted back. Once the darkness flow cuts off a little bit, you can feel this thing is nowhere near as strong as the things that were on the crater. It's just working as kind of like a channel for the darkness. It feels maybe on par with or less than Bardis aura-wise.
Okay, Tail, just try to keep her safe. Bob, let's go. I'll turn around and try to blast it with, well, since I'm a dragon now, blast it with ice breath.
You weren't dragon, you're kind of like glitching out between like Arcario and you're like Arcario, Tanuki, Dratini like thing, and then like Noodle Dragonish, and then sometimes you can kind of have like a Hydra like thing going on, and you're just kind of like shifting around. It's slimy, and it's just really hard to hold your form because of the stuff. Okay, but if you're trying to blast it, you can try to get that going, because the other two...
Try to blast it with ice.
Alright, what is Bob doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep shooting lightning at it.
Alrighty. Ooh. Alrighty. Well, the blast with ice definitely seems to work very well against this, like, demonic Dratini, whatever the heck this thing is. It screams out, and the darkness stuff that it was pulling in gets kind of cut off, and it's trying to break free of the ice, and Bob blasts it again, and the thing seems fairly injured. One of its heads just kind of, like, screams out and just dissolves into nothingness, and its aura grows weaker. But it turns around and tries to blast both you and, like, both Bob and Lunas and everybody with, like, this, like, a dark dragon breath.
Alright, well, let's try and counter it with, try and counter it with our own breath weapon. If I can get one out.
Okay, and Bob, what are you doing? You got dark dragon breath heading your way.
Dark dragon breath. As in it's darkness, or it's
As
something
in
solid?
It's basically like a dark burning fire, like made out of that dark energy you felt in the crater. It feels like it would hurt pretty darn bad if it hits you.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to use my squirrel retreat special ability to try and dodge it.
Alrighty. Okay. So, well, thankfully, because of both the Arcario, the Arcario can breathe stuff. Whatever the tail stuff can breathe stuff, and the Tanuki can do whatever it wants because it's Tanuki. The breath goes off. Although you grow 2 other heads to blow breath at it, you're kind of at a stalemate with that head right now. The squirrel danger sense gets you out of the way just in time for it to blast a whole bunch of trees down and cause a whole bunch of like really spiky thorns to grow where it hit. This thing's aura seems to be draining as it's attacking, and you hit it. It's like dropping fairly quickly.
Alright, I'm gonna grab Diana's staff and give it a big smash.
Alright, Diana's trying to help you with this while the tail's trying to keep her things. Bob, what are you doing?
I will try to retaliate since I managed to dodge. I'm going to try and continue and shoot another lightning bolt at the target.
Alrighty. So, Luna, since you were at a stalemate with the breath, are you going to try to like close in while keeping the stalemate up or blasting the breath back or what?
I thought Bob got us both out of the way.
No. Bob got himself out of the way. The Dratini had more than one head right now. It was blasting at both of you with different heads. You were at a stalemate holding the breath back with your own heads or head.
Try to push through and attack.
Alrighty. Okay, so you are still at a stalemate and you get close to each other and you kind of like... When you go to bash it with the staff, the thing grabs... Like, tries to punch, so you basically punches the staff. And right when you're doing that, Bob blasts it again and another head pops off of it and just vanishes. So it's down to 2 heads now. And its aura is definitely getting weaker, and you're able to break the stalemate, and the thing stops breathing the fire, and you're right next to it, so you can attack.
Attack again.
Alrighty. Bob, what are you doing?
I guess I can try and use ice magic to try and freeze one of the heads or something.
Alrighty. And you're trying to bonk it with a stick? Still?
Leave her alone. She doesn't belong to you.
Alrighty. Okay, so you bash one of the heads that right when Bob freezes it, so it's like an ice. You create an ice sword Chrono Trigger style combo and just bash that head, smacking it into the ground, and it evaporates. So it's down to 1 head. It still has the 4 arms, and it's trying to grab and like bear hug you and like worm its way into you and Diana. Its tail is lashing around and trying to whip Bob. It feels pretty weak right now, but it's doing some kind of desperation thing. Your tail kind of feels like she wants to devour the thing, or she, he, it, whatever. It wants to devour the thing, but it can't because it has to focus on Diana and doesn't have an opening.
Okay, well, here's a thought. Get that squirrel incisor thing going and give it a bite to its neck.
Okay, what is Bob doing? You see this thing basically grab hold of Lunas with its forearms. Lunas is trying to bite it, and this thing's tail is trying to smack you and like wrap around you.
Okay. So I'll try and that bite thing wasn't half a bad idea. So I think I'm gonna try and do the long tentacle plus incisors on the end.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the squid teeth were called.
Oh, they're just beaks. Kind of like a bird. It'd bite it with the squid beak. Alrighty.
They had a technical term, but I don't remember.
I think they were just beaks. I didn't study squids. I studied like wild cats and canines and felines.
So yeah, I'll do that, and I'll try and go for the tail.
Google, I am not. Oh, radula. No.
Yeah, radula.
Yeah, the radula. Yeah, that's right. Google is like, are you talking about Splatoon? Like, no. Okay, trying to bite it. Okay, double bite. Well, the tail still has to focus on keeping Diana there, so it can't devour. But bite.
Well, I've got more than one head, so quadruple bite, I guess.
Yeah, but the tail is trying to focus on keeping Diana safe, so it can't go and bite if you're biting. All right, the double bite. Your double bite bites through this thing's basically neck, and it just falls. The head falls off, and it's flailing with its forearms, even without heads. It just randomly, it kind of let go, and it's just flailing randomly. It feels like it's trying to pull in darkness and kind of like blow itself up on you, but it also feels like it's not going to take much more. The tail still wants to eat the stupid thing, but it definitely wants to keep you and Diana safe.
All right, well, get some bear arms going and rip its arms off.
Okay then. What is Bob doing?
So no, sorry, I guess I didn't get that. Well, what's it doing with the arms?
It's just flailing wildly because it's like a chicken with its head cut off. You cut off its last head. It's just flailing at you and Lunas and anything wildly.
Oh, it's fun.
And Lunas is trying to rip some arms off with Bear. Even though well, let's see. No, you're still randomly shifting between forms right now.
Okay. In that case, never mind. I'm gonna call on Bob and try to get that ice sword combo going in and slice it in half.
Okay. You guys gonna go for a combo then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Ice sword.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Okay. The thing slashes both of you, which definitely hurts with that darkness. It feels like acid, but then the ice staff goes off and bashes it, and the thing just kind of shudders and then deflates like a deflated balloon with the darkness just like evaporating out of it, and then it just fades away, although all that darkness is still inside Diana with the tail, whatever the tail did to try to like convert it or whatever you want to call it. The tail was not capable of removing the darkness, but that's a whole bunch of it that was put in there. Whatever it was trying to do to her was pretty nasty. She still has her light in there from the celestial stuff, but this stuff was trying to suppress it all.
Okay, gonna try to get some stable wings on the form.
Alrighty. You're able to do that just fine.
Bob, hop on our back.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm a squid. All right.
Yeah, without the input of the darkness, you can feel like the tail is able to rest now, and you're able to stabilize a form, although it feels more like Hydra-like form right now. Like dragon with like 3 heads right now, kind of mixed between all 3 of you kind of thing feeling.
Alright, well, gonna fly out of that crater as fast as I can toward the base.
Alright. And back behind you, the crater, all that darkness seems to like compress up, and it makes this weird, like, glitchy compression effect. And what feels and looks like the void that you've seen before appears there in a bubble, and then it fades away, and it looks like nothing ever happened to begin with there. It's all netherworld darkness stuff, like nothing happened to begin with. But it definitely looked like the void stuff you've been through before.
That is not good. Alright, well, as I'm flying toward the base, I'm gonna keep an eye out for the healing pool. The celestial pool.
It's still there. It's filled up. It's kind of made like... Okay, diving right in. With Bob along. It feels good. All that acid burning is gone. Diana seems be writhing a bit because that darkness stuff doesn't like it, but it drives out what wasn't converted already. And the tail doesn't seem as comfortable in it, but it flows back over to you. It seems like it's leaving something inside Diana right now, but it flows back over towards you. But then again, you're all 3 are still merged. Diana feels absolutely exhausted and practically passed out. But the stuff from the spring is flowing back into her and trying to... The tail is trying to even things out, but it doesn't seem to be able to manipulate the celestial stuff very easily.
I'm gonna...
You have a better... You and Bob have a better chance of moving that stuff, it feels like.
I'm gonna drink some of the water and try to get that stuff out of her.
Alright. Well, the stuff that's been evened out with the tail doesn't seem like it's leaving. It feels like the tail, whatever the tail did, saved Diana from that stuff, but it's still inside her right now. At least for this reincarnation, if anything. Like, she feels a little similar to Sam, where he has, like, a mix of both. But the darkness is still definitely in there. Pretty strong with her, and the light, she's pushing back herself. Diana has pretty strong light aura that's pushing back. And especially with your help, she's able to reach some sort of equilibrium. But she's not pure celestial anymore, that's for sure, you can feel. But you managed to save her from whatever that stuff was. You're all still merged up, so she's mostly celestial right now because of... Actually, no, you're all... Between you, the tail, and Diana, you're all half and half, basically, at the moment. Bob is still, like, light-based right now, because he's riding in the pouch.
Alright. Can I clean it up any more than this, or...
This is the extent you can clean it up at the moment. You basically drove off any exterior stuff. All the rest of it was converted by the tail, and it's like the tail asserted authority over it, almost. I guess is the best way to put it.
All right.
He ate it, and made it Diana's instead of it taking over Diana, because it wasn't capable of cleansing it or removing it.
All right. Well, time to roll over and relax a bit.
All right, Diana is pretty much mostly unconscious. She's just relaxing in the water. I mean, you're kind of like a 3-headed... And I don't know... Not really anthro dragon. You're basically, if you were like an anthrocized thing that was on 4 legs. I guess like a wolf-sized 3-headed dragon thing right now. Well, the heads look like a mix between a tanuki and an Arcario with a dragon. You're fluffy. and scaly and very weird. Bob is in the pouch. He can hop out whenever. The Dratini's are unconscious, especially the one without a body. If you didn't restore the Dratini's to like Prinnies, then they're still Dratini's.
Yeah, they can still.
It feels like the Prinny stuff will fade away and it'll just be Dratini's then. If you don't do that, it'll just even it, or not even itself out. It'll just be that way. Including the plush one, which will be stuck a plush unless you do something about it.
That is also fine.
Alrighty.
Turn one of my heads to look over at Sieg and see if he's awake yet.
Sieg is definitely awake. His whiskers are kind of like perked up and like aimed towards that void blast that just went off, and his mane is frizzed up. Baron is kind of like cracking his knuckles and looking that way too, because that definitely attracted a lot of attention.
So, never mind about the void not being in this world. We just fought something. Almost took over Diana.
What the heck? Almost took over Diana? How? What? Wait, the void's here? What? What happened to you? That's a heck of a lot of darkness in you guys there.
Yeah, well, I explained to him what happened. We found a celestial crater that you apparently made in your sleep, and some guys were looking into it. Some Prinnies got transformed, and then this really strong darkness showed up and tried to take over the Prinnies and take over Diana, and we were just barely able to get away from it.
Wait, what do you mean I made it?
I mean, that's what everybody said. There's some kind of big celestial energy blast came out of you and made this crater and then bounced off over there.
And how am I supposed to have been able to make that? Is that because of the... I mean, it's a celestial dragon, I guess, but is that something they can do?
If you have no idea, then I guess I'm just gonna blame chaos stuff.
Well, how am I supposed to do? I've never been a noodle dragon before. I don't know what they can do.
Neither do I.
I mean, that's pretty weird. But what is going on with you? Yeah, I guess there's a lot of darkness in you. Is that... Are you and Diana merged together? Where's Bob? What happened to these Prinnies?
He's in our pouch, and the Prinnies got transformed, and they're in our pouch, although one of them is inside me somewhere.
Transformed? From what? That darkness stuff?
No, from the crater.
Wait, the crater I supposedly made?
Yeah.
What the heck did they turn into then?
Dratini's.
Oh, I guess I should have expected that. Well, and now...
got it turned into a mop.
A mop? What?
Yeah, I have no idea.
What?
I figured you would know.
Maybe my dad's influence. Well,
Okay.
at least they're not Prinnies anymore? Shoot, what is that? That's a lot of... That... Whatever went off over there was really terrible feeling. Just like a whole wave of negative emotions and then just nothing for a second.
I don't know. I'm just glad it's gone, and as soon as I can stand up again, I'm gonna go reincarnate all of us, I guess.
You're gonna reincarnate again already? Alright. I should probably do that at some point myself. I wouldn't mind staying a noodle, but what the heck happened? Diana doesn't seem to be in the greatest condition there. That's... She didn't have that kind of darkness before. What is that?
That's
How the heck do you end up a dragon?
As far as I can tell, this thing that's in my tail is some kind of celestial dragon thing, too.
Oh, don't blame me for that. Bob is looking goopy. You're both looking... Oh, Bob is goopy, too.
That was from this place here.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'll try to help you guys get healed up.
Thanks.
You guys got enough mana to reincarnate? You guys just did.
I don't even know.
Well, alright, hopefully we can help. I don't know, the entity in your tail is a dragon? That's kind of weird. I mean, your tail seems pretty exhausted right now. The equivalent of... Of course, essentially right now, the normally you feel like the tail would try to be the middle head because it's the most important head, but it's too tired right now and it's just another head asleep while Diana's resting.
Okay, well, once I can stand up, I'll head over to the reincarnation thing and give the one Prinny a body of its own. Probably a Dratini body now.
Alright, yeah, I was gonna say, the thing seems to want to make it a Dratini for some reason, so... What type? Just normal one, celestial, demony, just...
Given what just happened, I kind of want to make it a Celestial Dratini.
Alrighty. Just the normal one, another plush one, whatever. Okay. So one of them ends up non-plush. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, it had it's a pretty. It doesn't have a lot of mana, but it's enough to at least get out of the dump zone.
Well, if he's awake, the first thing I'm gonna ask is if he's okay.
He's just like it is just like my arms, TD, my legs, TD. I can't say dude. I'm gonna get punished, TD. No.
No, you're fine. You're with us now. You're fine. You might not.
I still don't have any limbs. Let's go. Oh, that doesn't feel bad, I guess. Oh man, what? I feel weird. I mean, it's reincarnation, so it's definitely teeny instincts and stuff, but it's still, hey, I used to have limbs kind of stuff, and they're still plushy.
Sorry,
so,
I
yes.
Probably should have thought of that.
As long as I don't have to work 48 hours without a break, man.
Nope.
Okay. Those rocks look nice. Can I go to sleep?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll pull the other two Dratinis out and put them next to him.
Okay. So, were you keeping the one that was like not plush teeny? Are you going to keep it like a mix? It was trying to find a way between dark or light, whichever one.
Try to push it toward light.
Okay.
Just out of out of spite right now.
Okay. Normal celestial Dratini then. It looked a little bit like Sieg, although without unique markings and stuff. It is not a plushie. The other one is a plushie and also celestial. That was the one that was fighting its hardest and didn't get taken over by stuff. It is very weird.
Well, I have plenty of questions for them once they wake up.
Alrighty. I need to get some more water here, so you guys have a break. And of course, Oreo hopped on me when I need to get more water, so I keep trying not to cough. So you guys figure out what else you're gonna do, what Bob's gonna do, and all that, and I'm gonna go get some water. Oh. Oreo, you're a kitten.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
You know what I just remembered? I have telekinesis. I could have pulled the printies out myself from the edge of the crater. Didn't even have to fight that.
Whoops.
Look out, Oreo. I'm gonna make some lemon water. Lemon water! You don't want lemon water. You don't want lemon water, it's just lemon juice and water. A little sugar.
I don't want lemon water.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, lemon water. Oh wow, we're almost at yeah, okay. Cool. Nice, okay.
Oh, you guys are out of water. Is that what you're complaining about? Yeah. Alright, let me get the kitties some water. Kitties and puppies need water. I'm taking a sec.
Poopers!
What are you looking at me for? Need the toys. The toys against your foot, doofus. Toys against your foot? You looking at me like I did something. Poise against your foot. Meow with me. Oreo kitten. There's water. That's what you wanted was water. Okay. Let me sit back down, but I have water. Hi, sweetie. You jump on your uncle, sure. Oh, okay, I'm back. Water again. What's up?
So, guess who forgot about their telekinesis again?
Considering what it... Well, when you consider that Bastion has asked Ludus to train him on that, and it keeps never coming up again, and it's not exactly out of character.
I told Bob I could have just pulled the printies out from the edge and we would have not had to fight that thing.
You want to know something else you guys could have done, which I'm surprised you didn't think of? That dark entity came from a pretty, you could have just thrown it.
Well, it sure didn't look like a printy at the time.
No, but it's still... You could have just threw it and boom. I figured you would have tried that. But, it's fine. It's a thing. Alrighty.
Should have thrown nuts at it.
Yes, you have the ability to throw... Well, it's not just nuts. It's relevant to whatever form you're in, so... What would a squid... Well, squid do throw coconuts, actually. Squid and octopus will... Yeah, they will hide in them, and they will actually, like, throw coconuts and shells and stuff at divers to keep them away.
Cephalopods, man, they are crazy.
Pip is proud. Do tentaballs count as cephalopods?
Sure.
Okay, then. So... What are you doing now? Your other two heads are completely exhausted. Diana especially. I mean, you went over to the reincarnation thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you trying to do or figure out?
Nothing right now.
Nothing?
I just wanted to get the print. I just wanted to get the third Dratinia's own body.
Alrighty.
Straight back to the celestial pool.
Alrighty. What is Bob doing? You still soaking in the pool? Feels good. Yeah. It feels like you're soaking up more power by staying in it.
Power.
Hey, sure. Let's see. Yes, Bob can reincarnate as a celestial next time, whenever he feels like reincarnating. Because Bob didn't reincarnate the first time, did he?
No.
Yep, so you could reincarnate as a celestial or celestial goose squid. Celestial goose squid. Or squirrel, because that's in there too.
Alright, while the rest of me is relaxing, I'm gonna try to see how stuck I am in this Hydra form, see if I can reach my tentacles.
Your other heads are asleep, you're kind of stuck in there, because they're kind of using you to heal and the rest. Your tentacles are fine. In fact, your tentacles are extremely, awake right now. Like, you were using them in battle without even realizing it, awake. It just felt like, with all the instinctual stuff going on and protecting those you love, they just came out and were doing stuff alongside you.
Well, gonna grab them all and give them a big hug. I'd hug my tail too, but I don't know if it's been quite that flexible.
Alrighty. You hug your own tentacles. Although at some point while you're hugging them, you just kind of feel something. Especially while merged with the other two, you feel something. It feels like there's something missing still, but there's something, really important. Two things really important that makes you feel content, even with Diana, with, the half-darkness stuff. It's hard to pinpoint. It's only there for a second and then it's gone. It feels like you were only 3/4 of a pizza. Is best description. It felt like most of whatever you felt was there, but something else is missing. But you're not even sure what you felt was. It's just something there with the tentacles. Your tail while sleeping seems to be kind of a source of that feeling, and it seems extremely happy about it. Diana doesn't really know what to think of the feeling, but she seems happy.
Tail, I don't know how you got in me or who you are really, but thank you so much.
Yeah, you're definitely all feeling exhausted, so what are you guys going to do? Are you going to just rest? Are you going to try other stuff, or what?
I'm gonna let my tail and my other heads rest and just play something on my Switch.
Alrighty. What are you playing on the Switch?
Time to pick up my Hyrule Warriors save.
Sometimes it almost feels like you should be playing split screen or with some other folks that aren't there, but you don't know why or who they are.
Really? Lucas is okay.
Bob, what are you doing? You have enough mana to reincarnate, basically, even though you're started from level 1, but you're stronger because you have higher base stats kind of thing. So you end up like twice as strong almost at whatever level you end up back what you are. It's basically compressing all the power you've stored up back into you for higher growth.
Okay, well, I guess I can try out this celestial goose squid thing.
Going for the reincarnation with that, huh? Alrighty. Well, it's kind of what you are now, but if you get through the reincarnation, while you don't feel as strong as you used to be, the celestial goo stuff feels natural. You got a glow to you. It feels like you can use it to heal people or attack with holy power. And darkness stuff, it feels like you can eat or like fight back against. It's like a rival type thing to you.
I'm a glowy squid now.
You feel more like taking care of people than normal. It's just kind of like celestial are, well, if you know D&D stuff, like celestial things. It's just what they're like. Let's see. Okay. So your power is in magic. You can use some celestial and healing magic now. But while you're in this, and other stuff that might pop up as you level up. Haha! So after that, what is everybody doing? Still just resting till the next day, or till when?
No,
or
at some point while I'm playing, I realized that I never got around to doing anything with Maxwell.
Maxwell. Yeah. Which one was Maxwell again?
The magic researcher that we recruited last episode.
Yes, the panda, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Well, I wanted to take a look at me, at my tail, at my tentacles, just ask him if anything comes to mind that he knows about.
He takes a look at you, and then he's just like, I don't have enough beer for this.
I thought you were a coffee dude.
Exactly. I can't even begin. It looks like your girlfriend there got something tried to corrupt her.
Yeah,
She
that
looks
one-
she looks like that Sam kid now. Yeah, she's got. Although that darkness stuff seems more part of her than the celestial stuff. I'm guessing it's because you did the reincarnation with her.
No,
You did reincarnate. Yeah, you did reincarnate her into the celestial Arcario.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
That feels more like a reincarnation compared to this darkness stuff that got. How did they? That stuff is pretty nasty. How did it manage to balance out with her like that?
I don't know. Whatever this entity in my tail is, it attached to her is, I guess, converted.
Huh. Well, she seems fine now with whatever reincarnation or thingy she is to help balance it out, but you're probably going to want to find some way to balance that out naturally. So if she does reincarnate again, it doesn't keep taking over as well. If you don't mind her being like some type of fiend demon thing all the time. Otherwise, you're going to need to balance that out.
What would you recommend?
That's kind of hard to say. I mean, what exactly happened? You mind telling me?
I explained what happened. I also add in that this void stuff is something I've been trying to fight for the past, 3 years.
Oh. The void stuff. Oh. I've seen that pop up sometimes. Sometimes when, usually when they're like little rebellions of folks here pop up, sometimes that pops up over their settlement and then they either just vanish or they come back and they're just, I don't know, demon animals, demonic animal things. They could be toys, they could be whatever. Sometimes they're just come back and kind of loyal to us. Minions, you know? It's just something that happens with the big guy. It doesn't happen against places with a lot of will behind it. Like Sam here is probably keeping it at bay. Well, not just Sam, but you guys too. That tail thing, you, Diana, Bob, you guys got a lot more willpower than a lot of people normally have in the Netherworld.
Okay, so that isn't the first time the Voids tried to get in.
Oh heck no! We used to have a place near here with a different type of goblin used to be here amongst the three. They just called them brownies. They were really tiny and really annoying. They all screamed and high pitched. They were all really high pitched, ear piercing. And when Bardus tried to get them to do stuff, one of them kicked him in the shins and started making fun of him, and they refused to cooperate, and their whole village just kind of poofed. And then, I don't know what happened to him. I think that's actually where the flock of really annoying seagulls came from. Maybe? Because there's a giant lake there now, and there's just a bunch of really annoying grackles and seagulls that never shut the hell up over there. But it kind of happens in some places that try to rebel against whoever glorious leader is, whatever Bardus says that is.
Oh, man.
Make of that what you will. I don't know if the leader's doing it or what the hell's up with that stuff, but that stuff has popped up. It also seems to happen, sometimes you'll see it show up in the sky, and there'll just be new people that show up. Kind of like those weird humans that showed up with Bardus did. They showed up after his stuff like that.
Okay, things are starting to really fall into place now, I think.
Yeah, well...
Because that stuff was outright eating chunks of worlds I've been in.
That's kind of what happens to places that rebel against here. That brownie village kind of just got eaten by that stuff, and then...
If it's all coming here, then I think we're a lot closer to the center of all this than I thought.
Hey, I can't speak for if it's here or... I mean, if it's been eating other worlds, I can't say whether... I mean, I don't know enough about that. If everything's showing up here, if this is the source, or Maybe this world's just allied with whatever the heck is doing it. Like, Glorious Leader could be in charge of all that, but there's no saying if it's this world or if the Glorious Leader is following whatever the heck is doing that. It sounds pretty messed up.
I don't think we're gonna find that out until
Well, good luck with that. As for your girlfriend there, if you want to balance her out, well, judging by what happened, I would say you need to find a light thing of that equivalent. Or, since whatever this entity is, it's like poking the other head a little bit. She just kind of, it does feel like a she now, kind of grumbles. This, you gotta find, let's see here. Yeah, she definitely feels a little more compatible with you than Diana. You need to find something of the opposite of darkness for Diana. Some entity, some energy source to counter that and get in her to push that back. So, again, you don't want her to reincarnate because she might end up a full dark thing. Because that light from this reincarnation and her willpower is keeping that at bay. If it wasn't for whatever this tail thing is, she probably would have been just another fiend, demon, devil thing. Honestly, there's no telling what would have happened. And at least you guys are okay, and all. Bob is all goopy and shiny, and Celestia's gonna be having a big what the fuck when they see they suddenly have a squid being there. Whatever. But, like, Bob's not gonna help. You need something kind of similar to that tail. You're gonna need to seek out, like, shoot, what is it called? He goes over and looks through a bunch of books. And if you're going to take on, like, this Grandmaster, Glorious Leader, whatever the hell, flip. Eidolons? What? That sounds kind of weird. Is that the correct term? Summon creatures, celestial entities.
Okay.
There's so many terms for this thing. You're basically okay. So, like, do you know what? Let's see. What are the most popular one? Most popular. Bahamut is the most popular one. Yeah, you know, like Bahamut or Fenrir or something like. You know, like those. They exist in, like, almost every world. I mean, here in the Netherworld, we have, like, giant booby girls you summon to cast wind on stuff instead, but they are basically just avatars or people initiating powers for, like, the big stuff. If you want to save her from that, you're going to want to find something of light or a celestial equivalent of that's compatible with her to try to even that out.
How will we know that it's compatible?
You won't know until you find the being and pass their test and can summon them or whatever the heck it is here. I know they're here. I know they have links here. There's a shrine to Bahamut somewhere I've heard of. Fenrir has a bunch of stuff here. Like, Fenrir is kind of like... Fenrir really isn't celestial. He's more netherworldish.
How about Amaterasu? Do you know her?
Yeah, the wolf lady, yeah. I don't think she has anything here. She might. I've never heard of her being summoned.
Here it is.
Well, Fenrir is not celestial, but you can check him out. He might be able to point you in the right direction. The problem is Fenrir hasn't been seen in quite a while, but he does have temples around. You could try to find one. Like, people haven't been able to summon Fenrir in a while. We think it's that Jester dude, because the last time somebody tried to summon him, there was, like, a weird, like, Cerberus plush thing that showed up and barked cutely. Confused the other people, which kind of worked in our favor, but that wasn't really Fenrir, so that Jester guy might be interfering. But there are a whole bunch of other beings like that from outside here, from Celestia, from here. Heck, just because something's a demon like Fenrir doesn't mean it's like demony like Fenrir doesn't mean it's gonna side with whatever butthole's in charge of all this, you know? Hey, in fact, you know, there's a entity here that's kind of like a neutral. There's neutral entities too that aren't from anywhere. Your friend Bob there might be interested in the Kraken. Like the Kraken's kind of like tied to Leviathan. It like I don't know if like friends or whatever, but it's just kind of like a neutral entity like that. You guys could get allies from those. I mean, they're all over the place here. You could try to find them and get their things, but you're gonna want some kind of celestial thing that's compatible with Diana. It may be able to heal her completely and get her full celestial. It may only be able to balance it out naturally, because that dark stuff, she's gonna be a natural dark netherworld thing until you find that. If you reincarnate her out of something celestial. And speaking of you're coming across really weird. I can't even figure out what you are. And Bob too a little bit. He kind of picked up on some of your weirdness. I can't figure out what it is. There's rumors of a thing out there. One or two things that are similar. Like at some point a tentacle thing appeared in this world, and it had a group of friends with it, and it's similar to the summon things, I guess, the Eidolons or whatever entities you want to call them. You might want to seek that out.
Yeah, you definitely got my attention.
Plus, like I heard, like it with its companions, I think it said it did some, like people were saying it did some stuff similar to you with that weird like glowy aura magic stuff you use. So you've got a couple leads you could look into for that. But Diana's...
Mind if I look through some of your books?
I don't have many left that didn't turn to chocolate, but sure. Well, I'm guessing it's whatever that weird chaotic stuff I'm feeling is. But Bob especially, like, you don't seem like the type of guy to be able to summon and like channel magic from these things more than other stuff. But Bob definitely seems like he could learn to channel a bit of their magic. So if you guys want to find that kind of stuff, try to find the celestial thing. Like, there's always like a summoner or celestial person or celestial being or like a person that fits really well with one of the Eidolons or summons or beings. I don't care. They have so many different terms. Like, what is this?
Did you say bees?
There is definitely a bee one, yes. There's a queen bee you can summon.
I've even heard people call them cryptids.
There's even a gigantic fat chocobo you could summon, okay? Whatever these beings are, wherever they come from, they're kind of like leaders of the celestial or netherworld kind of things, almost, or beyond that. I don't know, but Bob seems more capable of channeling their magic and calling them forward than you do, Lunas. But you can probably pick up some stuff from them too. Right. Just, you guys got different skills there. It's just, while you're doing stuff, if you want to look into it, you could do that. That's just my suggestion for saving Diana, because otherwise, once she's reincarnated again, she's going to be a full demon or devil thing, and I don't know how she's going to feel about that. Maybe she'll be cool with it. I mean, her mind is intact, so no matter what she becomes, she'll still be herself, just might be a little more willing to kick a dude in the dick or something than she was before, but that's just part of being a demon.
I'll have to ask her when she wakes up.
About being kicked in the dick?
No!
Oh, okay. Hey, we're in the netherworld here. You gotta remember, we think a little differently.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, that's my suggestion. Because that darkness thing that you fought, whatever that darkness was just part of whatever caused that void, I think. There was just a tiny part that was trying to corrupt her. You need to find something to counter that. And if you guys can get allies you can call on like that, hey! And like I said, there are people that are super compatible with these things that you could sometimes they take avatars, and sometimes they even take people as their mates, and like husbands and wives, or they merge with them, and some of them are really weird. Okay, we're talking like high-end beings that have been like
staring real hard at my tail right now,
which is kind of weird because your tail is in your like other head. Your tentacles feel you're staring, and your tail opens up as a maw and makes like a whimpering noise. Although it's you. It's not her, it is you. You are your own tail, but it feels like when you were a Ryulu, basically. Just puppiness. Like, whimper, whimper. Your tentacles are being weird. Bob! You! Hey, since we're talking about this, I feel some of that weirdness in you too. It must have rubbed off from Lunas. You might want to try some of that tentacle stuff he's doing. Doesn't feel like you can get it as much as he can, but it feels like you can use it. And you're glowing like a light bulb from Ace Hardware, so,
You guys have Ace Hardware here.
that just popped into my head. I don't even know what that is. Hey, look. I just woke up as like some mage dude that was being directed to do stuff and like a dude to command people, alright? I don't remember anything before that. Whatever Ace Hardware is, maybe it's from there. Who knows? Right. In the meantime, Bob, you can use that. You could probably start using whatever that chaotic tentacle stuff is too. Not as good as Lunas, but... And hey, since I know you from before, obviously reincarnated, you can learn to use this stuff too. And whenever you find these Eidolons of any type, just talk to them about new magic, summoning, channeling this stuff. You're good to go with that. Lunas is going to have to pick up other stuff like how to punch things or telekinesis things or something.
That's fine. That's probably more my style anyway.
Good, good. You also feel like a dude who would like trap them in a ball and throw them out into combat to summon them.
Heck no!
Like monster tamers or something? I don't know.
Nope, not interested.
Alrighty, well, it was a suggestion. Plus, yeah, I don't think they'd appreciate it. As for your dragon buddy, if you're to describe what happened, he sounds like he's... That doesn't sound like something from a reincarnation. Did he reincarnate?
No, he didn't.
So, whatever that celestial blast is growing stuff, it sounds exactly like that Amaterasu person you mentioned. So, whatever he blasted there had to have come from within him. So, I get the feeling, and I'm going to be blunt with you, I think your little noodle dragon friend isn't being totally honest with you.
I kind of suspected that, actually. I just didn't want to press the issue.
I don't want to do it either, because if he can blast stuff like that, I don't want to be on the other end of it. Or even, he's just a kid, kind of. Like, I don't want to be on the end of his parents. But that's what I feel from all this magic stuff in the study. So you got plenty of stuff to go on. Bardus had an Eidolon that he could call on, but he didn't do... Did he do that in the battle with you?
No.
Okay, well... It's an Eidolon that is kind of like Octopussy. And it's not exactly like a good octopus type dude like Bob. He's kind of a creeper. So if you run into him again, be careful of that.
Somebody from a game I've played comes to mind, and okay.
Is it from a game you played?
Yeah, I play a lot of fantasy RPGs. You get the summons and creatures like that all the time showing up.
Well, yeah, because they base those summons on like real things. This weird like octopus creeper didn't have like
stand in the midst of octopus royalty.
That sounds like him. He didn't have like a friend who could sneeze wind really strong, did he?
He did.
Oh, that might be
It's
him.
Ultros.
That's him. That's the dude.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
he'll lend his power and teachings to people that like make him laugh and like impress him, but he's kind of a creeper. So if Bob wants to learn stuff from him, he's gonna have to impress him somehow. But just watch out, Bardus has that dude with him.
Okay.
So you're telling me this guy has really powerful sneezes?
No, his friend does. He's basically an octopus with really strong like. He's kind of like a bit of a pervert, but he uses strong like ink, water magic, and like octopus attacks. I haven't seen a lot of what he can do, but Bardus is basically can channel his power. Bardus is his chosen one, avatar kind of thing almost. So you got to watch out for that if you run into him again.
Well, he sure picked strange.
I don't know. I think it fits perfectly.
Considering Bardus is like a frickin' vapid, self-centered, disco dancing, like, narcissist, I think it fits perfectly, yeah. But if you want to look through my books to try to find a hint on where to go next to look for these things, be my guest. The only other thing I'd suggest is, like I heard you guys discussing earlier, the stuff out west with whatever the other general. We don't know who he is because Bardus.
Well, given how strong his soldiers are, I think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, Bardus hated the dude. That's all I know. The only other thing I know is we sent off the weird, like the human dudes that we captured out that way. Because that general said we needed to send them over, and we had no choice but to listen. Not all of them went, but I don't know what happened to the rest of them. Like I said, I don't remember anything other than just, like, being here in Ace Hardware, apparently.
Ace Hardware.
Yeah, when the Dratini's wake up, I'm gonna ask them if they know anything, but I think I ought to have a talk with Sue.
Yeah. Well, if you get a chance to interrogate Bardus, he probably knows what happened to whatever soldiers didn't get sent out that way, those human dudes.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping I'd be able to capture him and talk to him today, but he got away.
Not surprising, he's really good at that.
So you have to do that a lot?
Bardus is like Bardus is a greasy frickin'... Okay, look. He's Ultros' avatar, basically. He's a greasy, creepy, disco dancing pervert.
Well, next time
he's an expert at getting away.
Well, next time I'm running into him, he's gonna be seafood soup.
He's like a mid-boss kind of guy, as your Sam friend said. So,
Sure,
yeah. Well... You're not even at the mid... Well, you guys are like at the beginning of your journey in this world. How is he a mid-boss? Of course he's... I mean, if you run it... The first time you run into a mid-boss, he's not weak, right? He's only a mid-boss at the end of the game. How do I know that? Now you're confusing me why I know about Ace Hardware and these things. Ah! You're giving me a headache. I need some coffee and beer. Just not beer and coffee. That's a terrible combination.
Not at the same time.
Well, thanks, Maxwell.
That's no problem. Go ahead and look through the books. See where you want to go and find these things. Good luck saving your girlfriend. I mean, demons don't make bad girlfriends either. Just,
I
yeah.
don't feel comfortable deciding that for her.
I get it. Good luck. And Bob, go ahead and just again, you got a lot of access to the through magic for these guys. You guys are seeking like these eidolons or just whatever you guys want to call them. They're just basically entities from beyond that grant powers for whatever reason, whether amusement or making the world a better place or I don't know. You know,
Outsiders. Maybe that's.
outsiders maybe. Just summon entities, things that can grant you power.
You said you have some books I can look at.
Yeah, you guys can look through my books. I don't have exactly a lot left to give you like the details on all of them, but you can find some. You could probably find one or two that aren't chocolate.
Alright, so, by the DM's,
I can't really move to roll dice, so this.
would Lunas, during all of his research back home, have learned the name of the Tenebal that his village is descended from and worships and stuff?
You're asking me to roll dice right now, and I can't.
Okay.
If you can see, I have like kitties. I have double kitties on my arms. Oh, I got it.
Ooh, you got it!
No,
You got it.
Lunas would not know. It's a secret to the elders.
Even though I snuck into the sanctum and almost reached the center of it and set off a trap that got this whole thing started. Okay.
Yes, because when you tried to read the name, basically chaos went off. Like, okay, so you're looking into this being kind of, basically, it was the equivalent of sticking its tongue out. You got Campanella, basically. You didn't get turned into a pepper, but you tried to read the name, and the name the name came across as, like, Spalome Babadoop Scoobies.
Well, that sounds fake to me.
Exactly.
Okay, so I don't
His
have...
name was Ace Hardware.
Alright, so I don't have... His name, at least his name wasn't John Cena. Alright, so I don't have any specific instructions for Bob then. Just gonna say, alright, you hit the books, I'm gonna go talk to our dragon friend.
Alright.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Hey, Seek.
Well, let's let Bob go first, because you've been talking a while. Bob, what do you want to research?
Okay, I want to look through the list of eldritch deities that are in the books here.
There are no eldritch beings in this thing, but there are like eidolons, like summoned beasts, people, beings.
Sure. I don't know what an eidolon is, but yeah, we'll look for those.
Have you played Final Fantasy? You know, like summons.
Guardian forces.
Yes, basically, that's what eidolons are. They have multiple names. That's what you're researching.
Yep.
So, any particular kind?
Espers,
You're looking
Guardian
for?
Forces, Eidolons, Summon Monsters.
Any particular kinds you're looking for?
Well, any fighter types, maybe, because it might be interested in what's her face there?
A fighter type. Okay, so you're looking. I would hardly
person
call.
we're trying to help.
I hardly call Odin a fighter type. He just cuts things in half and does piddly damage otherwise. Let's see.
The Knights of the Round!
A little too early for that. Oh, well, the first thing you find in regards to fighter type is apparently there's an eidolon of basically a red-haired, like armored dude that was a big hero of light in the past. He's basically a minor summon and tends to be a little annoying, but he teaches fighting type stuff, mostly with swords. The second dude has not been seen in quite a while. but he appears randomly, especially when rare weapons are to be seen. One of the ways to get his attention is by trying to sacrifice a rare weapon. The problem is he tends to like to fight too, to prove worth.
So what? Battle and Gilgamesh?
It's Gilgamesh. He's got 6 arms and he's got a ton of weapons. And the third one, since you rolled a 20, is a being that is one of the 4 great kings, supposedly, and is known for cats. Yes, cats.
Known for cats. Okay.
No, he's known for cats. I just have like 4 cats on me right now.
His name is Mufasa.
It's Gyakuten.
It's Byakko, yes.
Oh.
Byakko, the White Winds, the Steel Tiger. He along with the 4 king, the 4 heavenly kings are known for. Well, the turtle and the dragon are known. Yeah, I think the turtle and the dragon are more known for teaching straight up magic, but the tiger and the phoenix are both known for being more physical fighters. I have too many cats on me, and they're sharpening their claws on my thighs, and it hurts. But they are basically known. Especially, the tiger is known more as an adventurer who roams the land and seeks people that like to. Well, I mean, they fight. They seek justice. They like weapons and fighting and all that. The phoenix is more hoity-toity. I guess think, what's his name from Breath of the Wild? But also appreciates a good fighter. Rivali. They're more Rivali-like, but they are also willing to lend their aid to people who are physically strong and willing to fight for the right ideals. There's that, and then there's the very basic 3, of course, that are in every book in Eidolons, which is basically, yes, fire, ice, and lightning. The fire, ice, and lightning have very common shrines. And it says to look for areas of strong elemental energy to be able to summon them and take their trials. As for the Phoenix and the other 4 kings, you need to find what their ideals are and appeal to them.
Now we don't know what the ideals of the 4 kings and all these other guys are.
Well, the 4 kings, the tiger likes, it's steel, blacksmithing, winter, and adventuring, paladin, hero type stuff. The phoenix also likes adventuring, hero type stuff, but likes glory. It likes to revel in, when it's a hero stuff, it likes actually getting the attention from it more.
Sounds more like Lucas's thing.
But the tiger and the phoenix are fairly similar outside of, instead of steel, it's if I could move my thing. I can't look at the phoenix we're looking for. Yes, I can barely type. Not look up goo, thank you. Goo, Zayak, ooh. And all it is doing is looking up anime stuff.
Your cats are looking up anime stuff.
Represents fire. The direction is south. So yes, supposedly the bird can be found to the south. The tiger, I believe, is west. It is associated with ghosts and chariots, of all things, and rainbows.
Rainbows?
Yes.
An odd choice, to be sure.
White Tiger of the West, yes. Baihu or Byakko. Represents the West. Oh no, autumn, not winter. Autumn season. It is associated with... Wait, turtle beak? What? Doesn't make sense. Limbs with legs, which I guess fits the Displacer Tiger stuff from our stuff. I don't know. Hairy heads, so fluff. And 3 stars? Okay, weird. The King of Beasts, found in the West. It said that the White Tiger would only appear when somebody wanted to rule with virtue. And the color of white. White to the West, so you need a ruler that wants to rule with virtue. So maybe Sam, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Metal, it likes blacksmithing. It's also associated with dragons, too, of all things.
Dragons.
Yes. And its prime mansion resides, because you rolled a 20 on Baku. Its prime mansion resides where the moon rises or sets in the west, wherever it is in this world. Where the moon goes to rest in a place of autumn with strong smithing and a strong leader. And tied to the color white, or like a white forest temple area sort of thing. And dragons and cats. So there you
Cats.
go. Yes. What? I didn't hear about this before. Some parts in China say Byakko descended to the earth and had seven men and women, so 7 kids. What?
I guess Bastion has other siblings besides Tora then.
I guess.
Or maybe
Considering...
or maybe they're just siblings from Baihu's previous lives.
I mean, they're still siblings at this point, considering Bastion is kind of like spirit son of him there, so... Maybe, I guess. That seems what it seems to be. He's got that white tiger so strong, but yeah, Byakko, you have all the information on Byakko. The bird is from, like I said, I already said it's a bird of the south. And the other thing you'd learn from the south outside of the association with fire is a strong female leader. So the West has a strong male leader, and you know a lot more about the tiger than you do about the bird. And the other 3, you basically know, you could probably find the 3 basic element spirits at anywhere, like a volcano, ice mountain, thunder plains, anything like that.
To scale Death Mountain all over again.
You find more information on the Thunder Dude. Apparently there is a village of thunder entities that have a temple to them, including basically Raichus, Jolteons, and thunder demons. The location is off to... It's to the west, actually. It is nowhere near neither the stuff associated with the tiger nor the Ramu, if you want to call it Ramu, is near where this general is supposedly located. They are not near the general. The general is more to the northwest, like the west-northwest. This is directly west. And to the south is a tropical area, and if you there's a volcano down there. So that might fit with both the fire and the phoenix. Means the ice is to the north. And out east is apparently mostly ocean from what you can see, so that is probably where octopus or leviathan would be.
To the east would be the leviathan and possibly the octopus. Okay.
And yeah, not the turtle, but the dragon would be out there. That's that's out of character because you don't find any information where he's at. So north would be
Genbu.
Who?
Genbu.
If that's actually the associated direction for them, I need to look that back up. I should probably put them at the right direction. Label. No, Genbu is to the north, yes. That's correct.
I feel like I should know that reference, but I don't remember.
Genbu is the turtle.
Oh.
Oh. So those are what you've learned. So basically, from what you can tell, West has Byakko and the equivalent of Ramu. East has probably Leviathan and Siryu. North probably has Shiva and Genbu. And South probably has Suzaku and Ifrit. That's basically from what you can make out from your own in-character knowledge deductions. But the ones you're more certain of, especially, is the West and the South. The West is the one you are definitely most confident in, because that was the one that had most of the books that didn't turn to chocolate. In fact, the West also has a map leading out there, because you roll a 20. The South only has a vague general location of a tropical village and where the Phoenix and the volcano is. But the West straight up has a map. The others don't have anything other than north and east.
Actually has a map.
Yes. You're not sure how... It's an older map, so you're not sure how accurate it is, but there is one. And from what you can tell from the map, the junkyard didn't always used to be there. It used to just be a swamp where people used to go and farm frogs for frog legs and other things, and it got filled in later. Purr. And you can share this with Lunas, so you both have the same information if you want.
Yep, I already have it written down.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
And you've heard what they are each associated with. From what you can tell, the four heavenly kings are all celestial. Both all four: the tiger, the phoenix, the turtle, and the dragon. Both the phoenix and the dragon, and the phoenix and the tiger, you know the most about. But both of them like beating up bad guys. It's just the phoenix likes gloating it more. Both of them revel in adventure, combat, and heroism. The other two you don't know much about.
Mm.
So just take the suggestion from Mr. Panda is take what you know of Diana and try to find out who matches up the best and go that way.
Well, let me ask someone who actually knows Diana. Linus.
That'd be Linus, yes.
Do you think Diana's more of the gloaty type, or do you think she's more of the humble type?
Seriously.
I mean, if you want, like, out-of-character stuff, you should... No, Diana has never, even in this world, gone to seek attention for anything. She just likes to fight, get involved in stuff, and solve stuff. She's never really gloated about anything.
Okay,
You should know that, because you're closest to her character-wise. Your tail feels more gloaty than Diana does. That's part of what... Actually, that's why you should know, because your tail feels more rivalry with Diana, because Diana is not... Your tail would probably like the attention more than Diana would.
Yeah, Byakko sounds like a really good place to start, if we can find a temple to him. I guess Ramu is where we're going to be going next.
Yeah. Well, you have a map to Ramu and Byakko's temples on that book.
Okay.
Yes, he rolled a 20 on it. He got both of them.
Yeah, but those are in the west, right?
Yes,
We're just...
but they are not by the general. The general is in, like, west northwest, not directly west.
As long as we,
okay.
Yeah, as long as we don't get too close to this general's territory, we'll probably be fine.
Yep. And for the Phoenix, you have a general idea. Like, you could probably pinpoint the volcano, but as for the tropical village dedicated to the Phoenix, Suzaku, you aren't sure. Alrighty. I have a kitty with a naked butt. He got a naked butt right here. Because he burnt himself on the grill, because he's a dummy.
How'd that happen?
He likes laying on top of the grill, and I used the grill, and he just hopped up and laid on it despite it being hot, and then burnt himself and jumped off. Well, first he burnt himself, and then he rolled over thinking it would stop it from burning, and then he burnt his other side. Because he's being dumb.
He just felt like being symmetrical, I guess.
Yes, you can see, like, right here. See these little spots? That's like burn scabs. I have medicine I put on him. Mr. Expensive $75 medicine, although it's anti-itch medicine, the same I use for naked butt here, so. And the SPCA gave it to me for like only $15, so it's not that bad. Alrighty, so if you guys have an info, you can do what you want, head out that way, you can rest up. Diana is still trying to recover, your tail is still sleeping. I mean, it's still the same night. Sam is still trying to recover. You've noticed Sam being dragged back into the hospital now and then because he's trying to go out and being pretty stubborn about stuff. You can definitely tell from Diana, especially now with merged with her, that Sam is half celestial, half like infernal.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go find Sieg.
Bob coming along? Or are you going by yourself? It's up to Bob.
Well, I'm gonna do this while Bob is researching.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, well, going to find Sieg. Sieg was still a little wary of stuff, so now he's investigating the area he supposedly made. He seems completely unaffected by it all, being in there. But he's kind of like floating over it, checking it all out.
Hey, Sieg.
Huh? Oh, hey, what's up? How do you walk around with two of your heads asleep? That seems confusing.
I'm not even the middle head, I think.
No, you are the middle head right now. Your tail wanted to be the middle head, but she was too tired.
Can you tell me about your father?
My dad? Why would you want to know about my dad? That's kind of out of nowhere. Random.
I think he might have ties to somebody we're trying to find.
My dad having ties to somebody... Who are you trying to find that my dad would have ties to?
Amaterasu.
The Sun Wolf?
Yeah.
Why would you think my dad would know her?
Just a suspicion.
That's kind of weird. What, you trying to...
I'm watching his aura while I'm talking to him.
Like, wait. Hold on, you're not trying to say she's my mom because I made all this plant grow stuff, are you? Because that's like, no.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go that far.
Oh, okay, huh. Like,
I just figure your dad is some powerful celestial or another.
huh? I mean, my
All
dad's
the stuff-
just...
all the
My
stuff
dad's
you
just a
forget-
janitor. My dad's a janitor, man.
Is
He's
he
telling
her
the
janitor?
truth. Huh?
Is he her janitor?
That would be news to me? I don't remember. It's been a while if he was. He was just in general, wasn't he?
He was Arceus and Ace's janitor.
Yeah. Like, no, I don't think so. I don't. That would be kind of weird if he was. Ow! Oreo, you bite my... Let go of my arm! She just bit onto my arm and she won't let go. Stop. What was that for? Oi. No? Like, that's kind of weird out of nowhere. I know the plant growth stuff happened, but I don't get it either. My dad was a janitor. Is a janitor, I hope. And not was. Why would you suspect he would be related to Amaterasu? Just the plant growth stuff?
Maxwell was the one who brought that up, right?
Maxwell just brought up that he thinks Sieg is hiding stuff because he's definitely celestial to be able to do that stuff. And naturally, not just some reincarnation thing.
Okay, well, maybe not Amaterasu then, but you do have ties to some celestial.
I mean,
All this plant growth stuff, it definitely came from you.
yeah, well, I mean, I've never done that before. It's news to me. I mean, ties to celestial or not doesn't mean it's not news to me.
How much do you actually know about your father?
He's he's a janitor, and for like important people, and like I mean, I don't know. Dad never really talks about his work. I mean, he's a janitor. What do you expect him to talk about? I mean, okay, yeah, my dad's celestial. I mean, so I was going off doing my own stuff, going to like learn things and do things and go up ranks and stuff like that and get limbs, so I'm not always without limbs. I mean, I don't know what else you expect from me. I mean, I used to like hanging out in like Bahamut's temples to like swim in the water and stuff because he was pretty cool, I guess. The temples were pretty cool. I mean, yeah, okay, my dad's a celestial. I don't know who my mom is. If you're asking about that, it's not Amaterasu. I don't think. Maybe.
No, it doesn't matter right now.
I mean,
I'm just saying, if you have information that can help me heal Diana, we need to know.
to heal Diana. What's? I saw that stuff. Like, okay, so
I explained to him what Maxwell told us about and trying to find an Eidolon that would be a source of power for her and compatible with her.
So she could be like somebody's avatar or something like that, or
I guess so. Yeah.
Shoot. I'm gonna be honest, my dad doesn't really talk about his work. Like, it kind of felt like, I don't know, it's like...
He has to know people. I mean, it's the whole trope that janitors have the most access out of it.
Well, I'm sure he knows people, but it's not like I ever asked him or questioned it. And it's not like I can talk to him right now. He just had me going off doing stuff to try to evolve, and I don't know, you call it adventures, but mostly just like learning from like the Bahamut temples and all these other places, and going around, and I don't know how to get a hold of my dad right now.
Alright.
I mean, if you're looking for some type of celestial beings to help Diana, I don't know. I could probably pick up on... If we were near a place with them, I could probably pick up on it, maybe, but...
Alright.
That's good enough. Okay, trying to find something that suits her? Huh.
I want to try Gyakko.
Byakko, huh? Wait, the tiger dude?
Yeah.
I've only heard about him. I've never met him, or... Like, I've heard about him. I think the Bahamut Temple might have mentioned him once or twice.
We have a map to where there might be a temple of his.
Okay, so, like, for Diana, I definitely say maybe Bahamut Byakko might work. Well, you're trying Celestial, so Fenrir won't work.
Yeah. Honestly, my top pick was going to be Amaterasu, but it seems like she's hard to find.
Amaterasu would probably work with her too, but I don't know. I've never heard of her being summoned like the others. Her and her brother were kind of like, I don't know. I've never heard of either of them being summoned.
Alright.
They're kind of like more private, I guess. Well, actually, Ami seems to go herself to take care of problems instead of being summoned. Same with her brother, come to think of it, from what I heard. But I get it. I don't know where you would find it. Wherever it's associated with the sun. I mean, if you go find something to do with Byakko, maybe they'll know?
Cats do like to lie down in the sun.
But, yeah, I don't know. Amaterasu seems kind of picky about who she goes with. That's from what I've heard. I'm guessing it's because of something in the past. Like, I don't know the whole story, but something happened between her, like with her and her brother, way in the past, and she's like really picky, defensive about stuff. Please don't smite me. I just don't go what I heard. Sorry, Emmy. Like, again, I can't really ask my dad, and up until this point, I've never really questioned anything. I mean, my dad was just the celestial dragonite janitor, you know?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he taught me a lot about fighting, but I don't exactly have limbs to do stuff. Well, now I do, but...
Alright.
I mean, I can definitely pinpoint people like that. Probably.
Yeah, that's good enough. How'd you come with us on our trip to Byakko's temple?
Alright, I mean, I want to make sure Diana's okay, too. Like, I mean, I don't know if I should say this, but... Well, she's asleep. Your tail and your other head right now, I think, is something similar to one of those beings. At least they're asleep, so they're not going to do anything to me, but yeah, she might be... You might have, like, part of one of those Eidolons in you right now, somehow. So if you find a temple that really calls to you, you might want to check it out.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that.
I don't know why they would be in you, but, yeah, they seem like they might be. Or somebody really connected to them.
Okay, I'll do that.
I didn't really want to say anything because it's like they were your tail, like, and plus, I don't want to get turned into something weird or like suddenly have like 6 heads or something weird like that, you know?
I mean, you're already a dragon, I guess that.
Yeah, I'm a noodle dragon, but I mean, I'm more of a Bahamut guy, you know? I don't think your tail is Bahamut. Definitely doesn't feel like Bahamut. So, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could pinpoint the stuff for you guys. Although maybe, I don't know. You didn't want me to reincarnate before. I'm kind of apprehensive about it being too weak or whatever, but maybe I should into this, like, the noodle thing here. As long as you're like Rockruff, Growlithe, whatever the heck you put in me before it doesn't come out again, but if it does, whatever. But I just mean, I don't want whatever we run into to, like, suddenly I have no limbs again, you know?
Yeah.
I just...
Alright.
I felt kind of helpless most of my childhood and life here. Not having limbs is kind of hard when all you can do is breathe dragon breath and like when you're I'm 4 foot. I was 4 foot long. Wrapping around people doesn't do too much. But just let me know when you're heading out. I'm just gonna.
Do you want to try reincarnating today, or do you want to...
Sure, I can do it today.
Alright.
I mean,
can't really help you train because most of it is exhausted from the other thing.
that's fine. Didn't Bob just do it too? Maybe we can both pop into the item world or something. We can pop into one of Bob's stabs, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, well, I'll do it in, I guess... Well, I'll go with the Noodle Dragon. I like the Noodle Dragon. It has limbs, and it's similar enough to me. I mean, I don't want to give up my dad's side of stuff, but I don't think my dad would disapprove of this.
Alright, let's see what we can do. Let's try and get Sieg reincarnated as a Noodle Dragon.
It's pretty... Well...
Yeah, bit of
out of character, it depends on what you think his dad would feel about that, so...
Well, I want to keep the Dratini... Well, I want to keep the Dratini aesthetic going.
With the ears and, what, the blue and white?
Yep, the ears, the blue and white.
What about the other stuff you put in him? The Rockruff, Lith, whatever else you put in him there?
That doesn't have to stay.
I mean, the Rockruff stuff especially seemed to fit well with him. The other thing that fits well with him is Weasel, but he doesn't have any of that, so... But if you want the Rockruff stuff, it can definitely come out with horns and all that. But otherwise, if it's just Dratini-colored Noodle Dragon, sure.
Yep, Dratini-colored Noodle Dragon.
Alrighty. It works perfectly fine. He's happy about it. It feels natural. He has limbs.
And there you have it.
And he can train with Bob. Bob and him can go into... What do you want to go into, Bob? Which item you want to go into?
We could go into the spear I have.
Sure, you can do that. It won't be too difficult for you guys to go through it. Like, I don't need to go through the whole thing with it because you guys are going to be strong enough by now to go through it. Mostly you just come out with more spears and some, like, basic healing items. But you're able to get up to... You're like, under what Lunas's level is right now, but you are still... You feel... Let's see... Yeah, you feel about just under what you were before you reincarnated. So you're almost as strong as you just were after some training.
Wow, good training session.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't take that much after the first reincarnation to get up there.
I am just gonna
You are what?
stay in the Celestial Spring.
Alrighty. The Diana's, like, reincarnated celestial stuff seems to appreciate that. Your other head / tail doesn't seem to be hurt by it whatsoever, but it doesn't seem to, like, take it in like Diana is. And you could definitely tell after a while with the other head, your tail being in there, and Diana connected with you, that the only reason Diana isn't, like, going full fiend demon thing is because what she was reincarnated as, and her own willpower pushing it back. That darkness was really strong. And you can feel your tail, despite feeling rivalry with Diana and possessive of you, didn't really want you to hurt by like losing Diana or Diana getting hurt either. And that weird like double feeling of something that you felt also you could kind of tell felt through your tail entity. And Diana too, although Diana's been kind of out of it. So it kind of felt like whatever that was kind of is something that your tail felt kind of knock things together. Hi, Coots. What's up? Alrighty. So you guys are ready to head out whenever you want to head out, although it is like almost midnight, so... Sieg and Bob are trained up, back and ready to roll. And by the time you're ready to roll, Diana's back awake. She's still feeling a little weird. She feels a little more aggressive than normal, but she's ready to go. You feel like you can unmerge whenever you want to, unless you want to stay. Although your celestial stuff definitely is helping keep her balanced.
Yeah, I want to stay and keep her safe.
Alright. Well... Okay, as you sleep, you get moved to the right head instead of the middle head, because your tail kind of took over the middle head. And you get groomed and rubbed on by your middle head while you're trying to sleep some. Diana seems a little confused by that, but Diana gets groomed a little bit too. And your middle head shoves Diana over to like snuggle with all three snuggled up. It's kind of weird. Alrighty. But you are ready to head out next time. Which we shall leave off for now, unless Bob wants to do something else before we cut out.
I'm good.
Alrighty. Oh, that's right. There was something else, because Bob is trained back up. Something Bob has gained the power of, which I rolled for earlier. Bob can use his limbs to create a bow and arrow and shoot a celestial arrow with his like tentacles. You can form a magical celestial arrow that you can form your tentacles together and shoot like a bow and arrow to hit something with.
Well, that's interesting considering I don't have any fingers.
You just use the tentacle. Yeah, you just form your like tentacles into a bow shape, and then you use the one that's a string and just pull back and fire. It's kind of like a makeshift tentacle bow, and you can fire the magic off as a celestial arrow.
Well, neat. I can now shoot a bow.
Indeed! It's basically a magic spell, except with, like, holy celestial power.
While Lunas is resting, he's just gonna lean in close to both the other heads, try to let himself be comforted by it.
Alrighty. Well, it feels nice. Diana's still kind of confused by, like, the tail thing and being merged up, but she eventually just settles in. She didn't particularly feel like, I don't know, she was like... it seems like she was focusing entirely on the path ahead almost before this happened and merged with you, before thinking about, like, relationships or feelings and otherwise, but she had something there for you. She also feels like really fascinated by like some of your like Lucario and telekinesis stuff he picks up with you, because it'd be pretty cool to use in combat. And like you can tell from her, she feels almost like definitely like she was some kind of martial artist or adventurer hero type person before she ended up the Growlithe that you met. There's something in her past that you can't pick up, but you can tell she was something else before. So, all right, I guess we're gonna leave off. Ooh, and my voice is pretty much gone.
That's what happens.
Yep. Okay.
I'm gonna be playing Trod tomorrow.
Woohoo! Oh, would you believe, because I didn't know what you guys were going to do, that today was 100% improvisation?
Wow.
I didn't know what you guys were going to do or what you're going to try, so it was all dice rolls and rolling with stuff. So
Okay.
I got a bunch of stuff to figure out now. But that's how it rolls. That's how it rolls. That's the dice said the darkness stuff was going to happen, and now I'm going to roll with it. So, hey, dice. When Sieg was going to cause a thing, the darkness was going to crop up. All this happened with Diana because of failed rolls. So that's how we're going to roll with the story. I mean, it's hard to plan something when I don't know what you guys were planning on doing, but now at least I know. So yeah. Ooh, that hurts.
Good night,
Alrighty.
everybody.
Well, everybody, I will be back on Saturday. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. Stay well, be well. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, RP my RP will return in 2 weeks. Next week is
Trails of Creation.
Surreal Canine. Good night.
No.